Of Perry Local School District is called to order at 6:15 p.m. via live stream from the Goodwin Theater. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Foley.
Here.
Mrs. Hacking.
Here.
Mr. Roberts.
Here.
Mrs. Trevsker.
Here.
Mr. Welch.
Here.
Before we begin, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn to executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G4. I hereby move that the board adjourn to executive session to prepare for negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation and other terms and conditions of employment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Foley.
Yes.
Mrs. Hacking.
Yes.
Mr. Roberts.
Yes.
Mrs. Trevsker.
Yes.
Mr. Welch.
Yes.
All right. We'll be adjourning for now and returning as soon as we're wrapped up with that discussion. Superintendent Special Meeting Report, Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under Superintendent Special Meeting Report, I have personnel acceptance of resignation. The board is asked to accept the resignation of the individual noted as recommended by the local superintendent and building principal. B, a personnel approval appointment. The board is asked to approve the employment of the individual listed for the position indicated pending successful completion of required employment paperwork, certification training, and background check as recommended by the local superintendent and director of transportation. C, personnel approval of novice practitioner. Pursuant to the collective bargaining agreement, the board is asked to authorize the chief financial officer to compensate the employee listed who has completed district initiative training and is entitled to the negotiated contractual stipend as recommended by the local superintendent and chief financial officer. D, approval of appointment, curriculum hours. The board is asked to approve the employment of the individuals listed to complete the curriculum work at a rate of $30 per hour for the maximum number of hours indicated as recommended by the local superintendent and building principal. E, personnel approval of appointments, fall supplemental. The board is asked to approve the employment of the individual listed for the 2020-21 fall athletic supplemental position at a rate of pay indicated pending successful completion of required employment paperwork, certification training, and background check as recommended by the local superintendent and athletic director. Again, failure to complete all assigned duties shall result in prorating of and/or cancellation without pay for this supplemental activity. F, personnel approval of appointments, fall volunteer. The board is asked to approve the individual listed as a volunteer for the 2020-21 sport noted, pending completion of a background check and certification as recommended by the local superintendent and athletic director. G, personnel, student workers. The board is asked to approve the employment of the students listed for the 2020-21 position and rate of pay indicated as recommended by the local superintendent and director of curriculum or director of communications. H, personnel, approval of extended time, 2020-21 corrective action. The board is asked to approve the corrective action noted on this item previously approved July 21st, 2020, as recommended by the local superintendent and assistant superintendent. I, approval of 2020-21 calendar revisions. In response to the coronavirus pandemic, alternate dates are being recommended for the events noted below. The board is asked to approve the revisions to the 2020-21 district calendar listed as recommended by the local superintendent. J, we have board policies first reading. The board is asked to consider the following new revised board policy as a result as a first reading for future action as recommended by the local superintendent. Draft policy is available for review below. A note, we typically take a work session to go over these due to the timeliness of this. We'll have to do that on our own and then come back for a second reading on our next regular board meeting. This concludes my superintendent special meeting report.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
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 Any discussion?
I did take a look at the policy since it was going to be a quick first reading.
Okay.
There's nothing on that one that flags anything that looks like it needs changed. So.
I had a question on H of the policy. For individuals who have difficulty wearing a cloth face covering, does that need to be more specific? I mean, because difficulty can be, I find it uncomfortable, it's difficult to wear.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that, especially based on the latest governor's orders. There probably has to be an exception, which would be a health issue, so we'll look and see if we can tighten up H. Thank you.
Anything else? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Hacking?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mrs. Trevsker?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mrs. Foley?
Yes.
And we have an addendum here. My computer locked up, so.
Would you like me to do the special meeting
Yeah,
addendum?
yeah, go ahead
Sure.
and run with the addendum.
All right, we have addendum, personnel acceptance of a resignation. The board is asked to accept the resignation of the individual noted as recommended by the local superintendent and director of transportation. We have approval of an appointment. The board is asked to approve the employment of the individuals listed for the position indicated pending successful completion of required employment paperwork, certification training, and background check as recommended by the local superintendent, assistant superintendent, and building principal. C, approval of appointment change in staffing status for 2020-21. The board is asked to approve the employment of the individuals noted for the change in status position for the 2020-21 school year as recommended by the local superintendent and building principal. D, personnel approval appointments, fall supplemental. The board is asked to approve the employment of the individual listed for the 2020-21 fall athletic supplemental position and rate of pay indicated pending successful completion of required employment paperwork, certification, training, and background check as recommended by the local superintendent and athletic director. Again, failure to complete all assigned duties shall result in prorating and/or cancellation without pay for this supplemental contract. This concludes my superintendent's special meeting addendum report.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Discussion. I have a question on C, those positions. Were those replacement positions or additional positions?
On C, those are positions that are going from tutor status to teacher status, or in one district permanent sub status to a teacher status. So those are, you know, again, it's our current plan to not have those positions that they were given in 1920 and to move them into teaching positions, which will help alleviate class size and allow us to continue to be within CDC recommendations.
Thank you. That's the reason I was asking. Thank you.
Okay, I got there. It took me a minute. Sorry.
Any further questions? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Foley?
Yes.
Mrs. Hacking?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mrs. Trevsker?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes. All right, Mr. Gallant, the Chief Financial Officer, special meeting report.
Thank you, Mr. President. The board is asked to approve Perry Local Schools' continuing participation in the Title III Limited English Proficient Consortium with the Educational Service Center of Northeast Ohio for the 2021 school year, as recommended by the CFO and Assistant Superintendent. And that's the only item I have tonight.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mrs. Trevsker?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mrs. Foley?
Yes.
Mrs. Hacking?
Yes.
All right, on to our work session items. An update on the 5-year forecast, Mr. Gallant.
So back in May, when we adopted the forecast, one of the questions that came out then was we were projecting a significant change to our revenue cycle, and we had a lot of unknowns. And so what happened was the board said, let's revisit this in August and see whether those projections are holding through and where have they been adjusted. So the good news is that yes, they have been adjusted. There's been actually 3 changes to the revenue stream. The first one let's talk about is the tax collections. I think we had anticipated about a 7% reduction in local property tax dollars. The projection now is that we're going to receive probably about a 6% reduction. That's an estimate, but as the economy continues to come back, and that came in probably a month ago, and we are starting to see other improvements, and therefore I would expect that when we actually got our first advance last week from the county, and I would anticipate that as we're starting to see those collections come in, we'll know probably by the end of August how close we came to that, but they're projecting that it's a 6% rather than a 7% reduction. So a little bit to the better side. On the state revenue side, we had projected for a continued decrease, and we had lost a significant number of dollars, which was about 20 to 30% in state tax dollars. We were told at the time that if the economy continues to be shut down, we could expect that the deficit would be twice what the rainy day fund was, and therefore that the reduction to state revenue would be even greater than what we saw in fiscal year 20 in the May cut. Since that point in time, State revenues, again, have gotten better. And what they indicated is that the first piece, I guess, of this is they capped the loss that we received. And so we got money back from the first cut from last year. Okay. And then the second part of that is that they continued, rather than decreasing it again for this year, they put us back to what the improved number was. I think it was only about $13,000 higher that we got back because they factored in the CARES Act money, but then they didn't further reduce it, which we had anticipated into this year, so they kept that number stable. So the net result is we should see in those respects, between those three areas, probably $150,000 in revenue higher this year than we anticipated back at the time in May. I'm still anticipating some further improvement in, again, the local revenue side. In addition to that, we also have a second round of CARES money that we received. I don't recall, it was about $70,000 $70,000. And there's discussion in the federal level about a third round potentially coming as well. It hasn't been passed. We don't know the number, but the indication was it would be similar to the second round of about $70,000. So since, again, the May 5-year forecast, we're probably looking at upwards of $250,000 to the positive side in revenue.
Great to hear. Thank you. All right, the next item is the district restart plan. Mechanics of this, are we staying here, or are we moving down?
Yeah, I think, in light that it's being live streamed, our best bet is to, if we have the screen pulled down and then allow us to go through the plan, and then you guys could sit in the audience there, log your questions, and then once we complete going through the complete review, then come back up on stage, and then you can ask some questions and provide some suggestions for clarification. Would that be okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do
Just
that
for an
then.
understanding of those who are watching, the board has been sharing a Google Doc online where we've been submitting questions ahead of time. So a lot of our questions have been asked and answered. And there are still some remaining questions, of course. This is a plan that will continue to be worked through and honed in the upcoming days, weeks, months ahead. But just as an understanding for those who are watching from home and might be interested on how we've been asking questions, that has been an ongoing effort, and it's been a great method of transparency in terms of us asking those questions online. So we will have a Q&A towards the end after this has all been presented to us. So we'll take a seat now.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Again, as we begin to go through what we're finding today to be our best bet effort to have a plan in place for dealing with the time of COVID-19 and running an educational program during a pandemic, I'm very appreciative to the number of people that have been involved in providing input and help guiding us through what we have here today. And again, it would be my wish that I could have them all here tonight. But of course, gathering requirements wouldn't allow that. And so the list is long, and I truly want to thank all the folks that have been a part of this and have put together this plan and all the work that we've done to be ready to begin the 2020-21 school year. And I'd be remiss if I did not once again start with our custodial maintenance staff. The work that they put in to make changes and adaptations to our buildings, to their work schedules, to assure that we are going to be safe as possible when we bring our kids back to school has been a remarkable effort. And I'm so very proud of the work that they've done, and they'll continue to do the work as we always look for improvements and getting better every day, and we'll keep doing that. And so how the review today is going to, how we're going to go through that is we've invited our administration in to talk about specific parts of the plan, and so they can go through those aspects and understand that, again, we chose the format of having a Google slide because we understand that every single day we're finding new information and pieces and parts are changing. And what this will do is allow us to adjust this plan so that when our community and we refer to this document, it's going to be the most accurate and up-to-date information possible. And so that's the format that we're in and the reason why. Way back, months ago, we put together a timeline, knowing that we were living in a world that was changing every single day. And I appreciate your patience as we go through the process. And we've worked very closely with our community, with our board, with our teaching staff, as we walk through all the aspects that we have to be prepared for. So we've received input from a ton of stakeholders, and we will continue to receive input. And we look forward to that as we work together to provide our kids with the best possible educational experience we can manage in these times. So with that, we can go ahead and start going through the review of the Google Slides. And again, it's organized, and I have to thank Mrs. Dees, my administrative assistant, and I know all the administrative assistants in the district have been working with their local building plans to help provide some organization. So rather than have to thumb through the entire plan to get to your piece, this table of contents will allow for quick access if you're looking for some specific piece of information and what's currently going on in those areas. And so appreciate that. The plan was developed in compliance with our board policy 8420.01 and aligns with the guidance from all these following sources. Again, there's been a lot of guidelines, and we focus mainly on the CDC guidelines, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and also our Lake County General Health District. Those are the two areas or two associations that we really relied on to try to come up with a plan. We've reached out to all those other folks as well. We had the Lake Health Hospital Systems bring in a team and do an on-site report of how we're doing and provide us with some recommendations and guidance on our plan. We've also have University Hospitals bringing in a team of experts on August 11th to go through our plan, do a walkthrough of the district facilities, and hopefully, approve the things we've done, but also provide us with some more input and guidance so we can get better at what we're providing for our kids. So very important stuff as we continue to work through that. Our philosophy has been the same since we began this process months and months ago. Our number one priority is maintaining the safety and health of our students and staff. That continues to be our number one priority. But the research is clear. We understand, and from all the guidance we received, that it is critical that we get our kids back to school. We understand COVID-19 is not going away anytime soon. So we've got to make those decisions, those tough decisions, because we know every day our kids are away from us. Some of those kids are never going to recover. And so we are committed to providing them with an environment that can help continue to give them hope and allow them to develop academically, socially, and emotionally. So with that in mind then, it's our goal to bring kids on campus as much as possible. And so that's where we are. Maintaining the highest level of safety and health of our students by providing a high-quality teaching both on campus and remotely as chosen by individuals and families. And from the beginning, We didn't want to be the judge. We knew that it was important for parents to be able to make those decisions as a family. And so we asked them to do that. And so again, we've established the understanding that we want to hear from them what preferences they had. And we gave them basically two options: remote education or on-campus learning. And the reality of this is that while we want to provide choice for our families, and currently right now I think we're at 84% of our families still have chosen on-campus learning. 16% of our families are choosing to be 100% remote. We know that we've got to be prepared to be anywhere on the dial, from 100% on-campus learning to 100% remote. And that's what this plan tries to accomplish as we go forward. So to do that, we know that, the state has built these levels and risk levels and guidelines for the public. So as best we could, we've tried to align with those risk levels to give people somewhat of an idea of what learning modality we would be in, depending on the levels that we're facing. And again, so level 1 and 2, we plan on continuing with our plan, being 100% of our students that want to be on campus, being on campus 5 days a week. If we hit a level 3 in this county, we're going to go again and consult, like we always do, and gain a consultation and assessment with our local health district and determine what we may need to do. And depending on the conditions locally, studying the data of what's going on in this part of the county, we'll make those decisions responsibly to keep our people safe. And so that's where level 3 is right now. And we need to be prepared to do everything from 100% remote to somewhat of a hybrid plan. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. We feel like if the county and the area gets into a level 4 situation, it's likely, still working with the Lake County General Health District, that we're going to have to go to 100% of students transitioning to a remote learning type of modality. Now, so our learning preferences, remote 2.0 and on campus. And we gave families this choice, and again, we heard from them saying, hey, I know you want us to commit by July 31st, but we haven't heard enough from you yet. We haven't heard what the plan is for remote learning. And so how can you make us decide that without actually knowing the specifics? And so we've extended the deadline to August 10th, where we're going to ask our families to make this decision and commit to that. Because obviously our planning depends on knowing the number of kids that we're going to be bringing on campus at any given day. So August 10th is that new date that we're going to say, hey, let us know by then if you would like to be 100% remote learning. If we don't hear from you, we're still assuming you're coming on campus. So learning options. This is kind of a terminology page, if you will, and so you can really understand the modalities that we're talking about. When we say remote learning, that we talk about students engaged in learning online and at home, for the most part. On-campus learning is students attending school on campus and in person. We talked about the phase-in last time we were here. The phase-in, again, is on-campus and remote students attend an alternating day schedule. And we're planning on doing this the first 2 weeks of school. And then we also have to be prepared for a hybrid. And the hybrid would mean that we would go back into an alternating day schedule, similar to the phase-in, except the days where kids are not in school, they would be expected to log in and be in attendance remotely. And that's the big shift between phase-in and hybrid. Again, so our district calendar, and the board just approved the adjustment to the district calendar. So students' new day, the students with last names A through L will begin August 24th. An alternating day schedule for 2 weeks. Students with last names M through Z will begin August 25th and begin their alternating day schedule. Now, students in the same household with different last names will be grouped in one of those days. The idea is to keep our families together. We understand that high school kids may be needed to supervise the younger kids at home on off days, and so we're going to try to provide that. So what we did is we pushed the start of school back 2 days, and we put in professional development for the entire week prior to students beginning to come on campus, the 17th through the 21st. And the 2 days that we had previously planned for professional development during the school year, they've been moved up, and now those days, March 12th and May 17th, will be student instructional days. The phase in the restart, this is the same thing we've been talking about. Ensure the safety protocols are well managed. We know this is going to be a new and different world for our teachers and for our students. And we want to bring in a level of students and the numbers that we know very confidently that we can manage safely and teach the protocols and let kids better understand, and our staff, the new behaviors and routines that we're going to have to do. And when you hear from our high school and middle school and elementary principals tonight and listen to the intricacy of their plans, I think you'll begin to understand the level of complexity that we're going to be working through. And so we need this time. We need this time to continue to build these routines and get our kids working in a way that's going to continue to be safe, maintain distancing, and do the things that need to be done. Student attendance, that's a question that always comes up. Again, after the Board of Health came in and reviewed our plan, one of the recommendations that they told us is we need to be a little bit more attentive to monitoring absenteeism locally. We need to watch for clusters of cases of absenteeism and do some deep research in those to find out what's going on so that we can address any kind of flare-ups that may occur very rapidly. Again, we will be in continuous communication with our local health district and looking at these things, at our local data. And again, I believe we'll continue to look at criteria that's going to help us be able to see and predict where things are going and take action to make sure that we handle any of those things. On-campus learners, they will be expected to come to school. If they don't come to school, they're absent. They won't have the option to say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to come to school today. I'll just kind of log on and be a remote learner that day. That's not going to be all right. So again, if they've committed to online learning or they've committed to on-campus learning, that's what they do. And so on-campus learners will not have that option just to come and go and be a remote learner one day and on-campus learner the next. Now, attendance for remote learners will be determined based on their participation and engagement. It's not enough to log in and put a picture of yourself on the cell phone in front of the camera and go watch YouTube videos. Okay, we're going to be a little sharper than that as we go through this year. Not only are you going to have to log in, you're going to have to demonstrate some level of engagement. Online learning remote learning is not going to look like it did last year. We're going to be much more attuned to the school day and kids expecting to be online when they would be in school. And so a much more higher demand for those remote learners than we had in the past. So again, the questions will continue to come with this attendance and how we're going to monitor it, but that's the basic idea of what's going to happen. Now, certainly we need to stay as nimble as possible. Lieutenant Houston's been saying that word, and I've picked it up and used it. We know that on-campus learners may come up with a scenario at home that's going to possibly require them to go on a quarantine or to stay home for a period of time. And if with that and that knowledge, we would certainly push them into a remote learning situation. But it has to be done with permission from the teacher and our administration. Safety, talk a lot about safety. We've heard it, and we will continue to hear it. Our general campus expectations, and we know even more as today, the governor, we're going to wear a mask. We're going to wear a mask all the time unless there's an exception. And we can talk about what those exceptions may or may not be. We're going to keep our distance. We're going to keep a 6-foot distance as much as possible. And we know in those times when we can't maintain a 6-foot distance, we're going to limit the time that we are within that 6-foot distance. We looked at the bus routes very closely. We understand that's an area of problem. And we'll talk about transportation a little later. But we understand through the CDC guidelines that if we limit the time kids break that 6-foot distance, we should be okay. As long as they're wearing a mask and it's not for extended periods of time, we should be fine. Obviously, wash your hands and cleanliness. It's going to be something that we're going to encourage and really push. And then again, the well checks. Staying home when you're sick. How do we know? And I should say that all through this review in this plan, you're going to see hyperlinks. As we look at this one, we've got the monitor and we say the CDC website. You click into that website and it's going to take you right to the CDC website where you're going to be able to get accurate information at any time. And so all through this plan, you're going to be able to click and go deeper into more pertinent information as you're looking through this. Okay? So general campus expectations, we're going to monitor the CD website for periodic updates. You all know that the list of symptoms continues to grow. Parents sending their student to campus are verifying students are symptom-free. We're going to ask every morning that parents do the wellness check. Take the temperature. Make sure their child's feeling okay before they send them on their way. So, when they get to school, upon entering the buildings, they're going to be checked again. Every teacher, every staff member that has kids in the morning will have be able to take their temperature. They'll have a temperature wand, and we'll be asking those critical questions. Any employee or student reporting to school is verifying they are symptom-free. That's an obligation and responsibility on all of us. Additional cleaning services between classes. We're asking our teachers to have, everyone's going to have an N23 or N25 disinfectant. They need to keep this out of reach of children. And when you have a moment, we're gonna spray heavily accessed surfaces, doorknobs, push bars, kids' desks. Again, spot checking, spot cleaning whenever we can. So every adult basically in the district is going to have some of this, and they're going to keep it out of the reach of children. We're not going to ask kids to be doing this, but we're going to have it available so that we can spot clean anytime it's reasonable to do so. Lunchrooms, again, we talked about that. We're expanding our social distancing, using our social distance guidelines. We're expanding our lunchroom spaces. We want our kids to get out of the classroom, and I know in the morning at the elementary school we're going to eat in that classroom, and we're going to deal with that. But you know what? We've been working on research and the importance that kids move throughout the day. We're not going to confine them to 100% of the time in a classroom. Okay, we just don't feel that's going to be healthy for our kids. So we're going to send them to lunch. And guess what? That's an exception. When they're eating, I don't see them wearing a mask. Right? But they're going to wear one on the way there and wear one on the way back into their next class. Okay? No volunteers permitted in the buildings. We love our volunteers. It's breaking our heart not to allow those people to come into our buildings. But we have to reduce the number of folks in the district. And so while this is certainly temporary, this is where we got to be. Visitors will only gain access to the office area and cannot loiter. So visitors will be buzzed into the building. They'll be expected to come right to the office, state your business, drop off what they need to drop off, and they will be asked to leave. They're not going to be able to stand around and loiter and gather and do those things. Limited shared student supplies. We know that we're not going to be able to pass around supplies and share those things, and we're going to do our very best to disinfect if we have to in between usages. One-way hallway traffic whenever possible. Obviously, you know there's some dead-end areas in our buildings, the way they're designed, but for the most part, we're going to be going one way when we can. And again, I'm very, very impressed with the scheduling pieces that our district's done, our principals have done to phase movement of kids so that we have limited number of students in hallways at any given time. No field trips, assemblies, or large gatherings. Safety training. Safety training for staff. We're going to be using the Safe Schools login. Our staff's very familiar with that. They've been doing training for a number of years. We'll continue to do those trainings. So they're going to be learning how to assess for symptoms, the washing, sanitizing protocol, thoroughly cleaning, practice social distancing, and implementing face coverings. Safety training for students, you can see all those down there are hyperlinks. And so those will connect you right to videos that can help our students be trained, and they will also be trained when they come to school. Facial coverings. It's been a hot topic and a point of conversation for quite some time. Basically, we've simplified it. All staff must wear face coverings at all times unless exception applies. I will tell you, if a teacher's sitting in a classroom by themselves in their planning period and there's no one around, they're going to be able to take their mask off. But for the most part, if we're together and we're working with kids, we're going to have to wear masks. That's just what it is. There's been a lot of discussion about whether K-2 kids should wear masks, whether it should be 10 and under, so forth and so on. But right now, it's K-12 students wear face coverings at all times, unless an exception applies. Again, we understand that we're going to have to give mask breaks, and they're going to be provided when necessary and appropriate. I'm hoping for a very nice fall, right? September was beautiful last year, October. Again, I hope we can get outside as much as possible, let kids breathe the air, and give them a break from their masks, and continue to provide instruction while we're out there. Again, there's another little, Lake Health has provided us and will continue to provide us with information. There's a Lake Health mask do's and don'ts hyperlink on this page as well. Facial covering exemptions. Mask face coverings are a public safety necessity. It's not a First Amendment right, folks. If you're going to come on campus, you're going to wear a mask. Individuals with a health condition that prevents them from wearing face coverings will require medical documentation. Individuals actively eating or drinking, staff members alone in their office and classroom. Students that do have exemptions and are going to be in the classroom and the areas are going to be expected to wear a face shield. We use EPA-registered COVID-19 disinfectants for cleaning. That was another thing the Board of Health wanted to make sure that we emphasized. And again, I've already showed you a sample of that today. Again, we'll clean desks and tabletops between use. Students and teacher classrooms sanitation routines will be increased. Restrooms more frequently during the day. Classroom doorknobs, locked doors, building entrances, exit frequently during the day. Using electrostatic sprayers throughout the district after school to deep clean. The problem with doing that during the day, those take about 30 minutes for the disinfectant to dry. So it's going to be difficult to use those things. But we have some backpack sprayers that we'll put in use if we feel we need to during the school day. And obviously, we're going to clean outdoor areas as we move on this. Our staff and our custodial staffs, their daily routines have been changed drastically. They're doing round the shift routines where they're going to come clean, move, and get back to where they were cleaning just a couple hours ago. We've put this in place at the PAC for all of our athletes in our training, and so we're very used to this cycle of clean, reclean, clean, reclean, and that's what we'll be doing. The COVID-19 exposure procedure. This gets a little confusing. Again, we're going to work very closely with the Lake County General Health District when informed of potential exposure to COVID-19 for consultation assessment. The school district doesn't make the decision whether somebody's quarantined. They don't make that decision. We ask the medical professionals to come in. They have a team. They're going to do contact tracing. They're going to interview the right people, and they're going to make some recommendations to us. And if they recommend it, we're going to consider it a requirement. All right? So basically, the potential's there if a student is, or a adult, has potential to be exposed but are not showing symptoms. Now, I've heard, I haven't seen, that the CDC guidelines may have already changed on the 14-day quarantine. But the legal counsel and the people we talked to as of 2 days ago advised us that what the Lake County General Health District may recommend is that person goes on a 14-day quarantine. That is when they are non-symptomatic, right? So if they're non-symptomatic and they were an on-campus learner, that's a condition where we would then put them into a remote learning situation, where they would begin to log on to their class, the same class they had, same teacher, and then we will have to be doing simultaneous instruction. Now, if symptoms arise, now I was on a 14-day or I have symptoms. If you are in a position when symptoms arise, from that time on, you have to be isolated or in quarantine for a minimum of 10 days. 10 days. And then, after those 10 days, if you are symptom-free, you can begin the 24-hour clock where you're symptom-free without medication for 24 hours before return. So it's not just 10 days. It's at least 10 days, but until you're symptom-free and at least for 24 hours without medication. Okay? So we'll continue to work with the health department when these cases arise, and they're gonna arise, and we will walk through that. And again, we will then communicate as much as we can without breaking any HIPAA or FERPA law rights to let our families and our community know where we're at with these things. But that's where it stands today on exposure of COVID-19. Now, positive diagnosis procedures, they're the same, okay? We're going to spend that 10 days. We're going to, let the individual know when they can return to school. They're going to require medical doctor's notes, and we'll work through very closely with the medical professionals and the health department to get these folks back in when we are permitted to do so. Testing. That's another one that is very difficult to get our hands around, okay, because there's a lot of changing policy about tests, what we can do, who's going to be tested, how many tests can we do, and there's a couple roadblocks to testing. One, there's a lot of false negatives. Two, there's a pretty good expense. All right, right now, to get tested, and we've talked with Lake Health, it's between $110 and $200 a test. And so if you're going to start a testing protocol, this is something that you have to do on a regular basis. So you can imagine the cost associated with putting in a testing protocol in any organization. All right? As of 3 or 4 days ago, our legal counsel advised us that to get back to school prior to that 10-day or 14-day quarantine, if you're going to use testing protocol, you have to have 2 negative tests that are more than 24 hours apart to get back to school prior to holding out that entire quarantine time. And again, that may change, but that's where we were when we were going through this a couple days ago. Transportation. Obviously, we want to limit the number of kids on buses, right? So the mornings are going to be, we have a lot of parents that transport kids already, and we've done a great job doing valet and all the things that we put together to try to make it as seamless as we can do. But now we want more parents to drop off kids, right? And you know what? We have a lot of kids that kind of ride their bike to school when the weather's nice and that. We want to encourage walkers as well. And again, we've contacted our local police officers, and we said, hey, look, we want to help us design where we could get crossing guards in place that would help ensure the safety of our kids that are walking to school. And so, it is our goal that we will have people out there guiding children in the morning who are walking to make sure they stay on the sidewalks and then guard at the crossings of Manchester and any other roadways that we feel are necessary. So if you can walk, it's great for your health. During phase-in, students are generally 1 per seat. We'll be able to keep them 1 per seat on the bus, and obviously siblings are going to sit together. Originally, we talked about going back to front to keep from crossing paths, but it would be better to assign kids seats. That way we know they're sitting with the same group of kids all the time, and again, we can also prevent any long-term of being together within closer than a 6-foot space, right? Our bus routes last about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. If it takes half the bus time to fill up 1 per seat, and then we start putting kids in 2 at a seat when we're at 100% capacity, we think we can get them to school in less than 15 minutes from that time. And that's an acceptable and it's a reasonable amount of time where we break that 6-foot distancing. As long as kids are in masks and we keep as much of a barrier as possible that we're allowed to do, that's reasonable based on the guidelines. Kids get on the bus, they're going to squirt sanitizer on their hands, they're going to wipe that down, and again, temperature's going to be taken at home, ask those critical questions. Upon arrival to school, we'll do it again. Obviously, buses between routes, we're running 2.5 routes this year. We're going to run an afternoon route during the high school to try again to limit spacing. And so we're gonna ask that obviously buses are going to be disinfected between each route. So we're going to have to add a little bit of time between routes. So our school days might take a little longer, and that's a small price to pay for adding to our cleanliness. Parents who need to modify your on-campus student pickups and drop-off locations, that's going to be a bit of a problem this year. I know in the past we've been able to service kids and take them to different locations and different drop-offs on different times in different parts of the day. To start the year, we're not going to be able to do that. They're going to have to commit to one drop-off and one pick-up area. Now, as time goes on, we'll continue to try to work with you and we'll see how the ridership goes, and we might be able to accommodate some of this down the road. But in the beginning, we're going to ask that parents only choose one pickup place and one drop-off place so that we can schedule this and maintain distancing. To complete this form, there's an online hyperlink to complete this permanent change form when you move. Okay? At this point in time, I'd like to bring up Mrs. Shields, who has been working very hard on our clinic information and all those things related. So at this time, Mrs. Shields, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. In line with assuring that we provide for the health and safety of our students and our staff, one of our biggest important responses is our clinic response. I want to thank Susie McCoon for her tireless commitment to decentralize our clinic and open 3 clinics in each of the buildings. Each of those clinics are expertly staffed and laid out to assure that the exits are out into the parking areas and that students do not then, who could be symptomatic, come back into the school. Each clinic will be staffed by full-time licensed nurse or health aide. And then Susie will take on the role of our district RN, and she will oversee all clinic operations and is committed to learning and consistently researching all of the different guidance. Each clinic has been beautifully designed. I said when we met the last time, I was able to honor Sandy for 29 years as our district RN, and talked about how our clinics are a haven for our students when they're most vulnerable. And that opportunity to come and visit and be checked for not only your health, but also your social and emotional wellness. So each clinic has 3 areas: a well area, a sort of sick or triage area, and then a completely isolation area. The clinic well checks that will go on daily are outside of the main areas of the clinic, and they're beautifully and fully stocked with locked cabinets for medication, locked filing cabinets for records, and all of the things that will be needed to maintain that daily check-in with the nurse. The sick areas are inside the area of the clinic, and they're away from the well areas. And those areas will be for any student or staff who needs a Band-Aid, has a toothache, something like that. The isolation areas then will be supporting students and staff who are symptomatic. Again, the scheduled well visits will require mask and facial coverings at all times. When students come there, they'll be required to wash their hands or spritz, and they'll be checked for symptoms, and temperatures will be taken. They'll maintain 6-foot distancing from others. The task will be completed, students will wash again, and then head back to class. The symptomatic students will be sent to the building and the clinic for assessment. Also, facial coverings are worn in the clinic at all times. Students and staff will have their temperature taken and will be screened, and those screenings will be documented with the COVID-19 screening tool. Any staff or member with a temperature of 100 or higher or exhibiting the COVID-19 symptoms will be in an isolation area of the clinic, will not be able to return back into class, and will not be able to ride the transportation home. Parents or guardians will be called to pick up, and it is our hope that that could be within 30 minutes, and they'll remain supervised within the isolations area. They will not be permitted to come in. They'll call from the parking lot, say that they're here to pick up their sick kiddo, and we will be taking that student out, having the family sign in, coming back in, and then completely isolating or completely sanitizing the area. When that happens, then we will follow all of the CDC guidance and the public health guidance as to how we respond. I do want to say I'm really confident and proud about our response and our clinic response, and I think we're set up for a lot of good, successful support. Now I kind of want to turn to our preschool restart plan. That information has been changing a lot daily, almost. Last Tuesday, there was some guidance from the governor's office that said that daycares could go back to their bigger ratio. And on Monday of next week, the Ohio Department of Education is set to confirm that for preschool licensing as well. So if that happens and our ratios are able to go up to, we can then open our preschool with the same response as we had last year, the same amount of classes, and that would include one full day class and not hiring any staff, not any additional costs. The difference is we will cap our classrooms at 16 instead of the 24. We are able to follow all district safety protocols, and all of those will be in place. That will include sanitization. In between the AMs and the PMs, full sanitization. We'll have drop-off and pickups one by one, various entrances, and with staggered start times. No visitors will be permitted in the building, and I know that will be a little bit difficult for those separations of those little ones, but we're hoping to support that with social stories, videos sent home, and some early onset education. The American Academy of Pediatrics says that one of the biggest things that we need to worry about is not so much the interaction of children, but the interaction and closeness of the adults. So one thing is we're really going to hold ourselves as the adults in these situations to keep as far apart from each other and maintain that social distancing and wearing that safety PPE. I think if all goes well with the announcement from ODE on Monday, that we would start with the kindergarten phase-in days and start opening at that point. So right now, with all of the confirmed registrations we have, we should be able to open fully for preschool. And with that, we are going to invite Dr. Malczewski up to talk about our remote learning plan. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I have the pleasure of introducing our Remote Learning 2.0 plan, and a reminder that for families considering remote learning, there's a parent information night this Thursday, the 6th at 6:30. That is a Zoom meeting, and we sent out emails to families on July 31st with that invitational link. So one thing I'm value and am so appreciative of is the feedback every 2 to 3 weeks that our community gave to us during April and May of last year's remote learning. Now we refer to 1.0. And through that, we were able to gain some great clarification of some things that were going well, beautifully well, and things that needed some improvement. We're a district that believes in adjusting and adapting and looking at feedback often, and this suited that very well. On the right hand of this chart, you can see things that our families were over the moon. We probably did exceptionally well, and very compared to other districts, I just think there's no finer district that did the type things that are mentioned here. On the left side are things that we have recommendations for improvement, and I want to tell you what those responses will be for the coming 2.0. So assignments and having families, especially families of young students and possibly families of high school teenagers as well, an opportunity for them to understand what assignments are due and the calendar for the week. This year in 2.0, we'll be looking at a standardization of our Google Classroom. Part of our training when we come back to school will be an opportunity that we'll set up our classroom in a real consistent way from kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade so that families can see a real standard as they go from grade level to grade level, especially those families with multiple children. We hope to use Google Calendar. We hope to use the assignment task, and we also hope to just simply arrange the assignments in a way where resources are easy to find. Secondly, our families told us that connecting with students and students that either felt lonely or a sense of belonging being away, or kids even on campus that need better connections. We developed a full wellness menu that many families tapped into, but we also gained some information that we could be more communicative on that wellness options, and I believe that goes for students and adults in our community, and that will very much continue what our school cares teams did to connect with students that either on campus now or remotely are having a tough time engaging in school. Another thing we were said needed for improvement were teachers to please call if there's missing assignments. So I'm excited as we pivoted so quickly last March into a remote learning, we have a better opportunity this year to have remote learning virtual meetings with our families, and we hope to do that August 24th, August 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, and those school calendars will come out as we get closer of when those virtual meetings will be held. But that'll give us a real face-to-face, I say face-to-face, but remote opportunity to really guide families through Google Classroom, through Infinite Campus, to seek out how missing assignment reports will come out and pretty much ask anything you want to ask. I sure will. And then lastly, it was recommended that we have a better understanding of instructional time. And I believe this wasn't so much at the elementary level, but as kids got older and older and into the high school level, there was a need for those high school families especially to understand, and middle school, to understand how use of time during the instructional time is used, and I plan to do that tonight. So just a quick list of dates. A reminder about this Thursday for remote learning, parent night, also August 10th, of course, for final decisions for placements, and then August 24th, we'll kick off our virtual Meet the Teacher nights. So I believe Perry of all districts is so well positioned for effective instruction. Our teachers are highly trained in defining what's essential learning. Even if we were to go into a hybrid schedule where things might go into a 50%, if that would ever happen, I believe we've keenly studied our standards in a way that we would know what to shave off and what to preserve as critical to get to the next grade level. Secondly, I believe our work with engaging participation, we worked really hard on that, especially in May as we closed out the school year. We know that teaching from bell to bell on a remote schedule or in any setting doesn't engage our students, and I'll explain that as we get more to schedules tonight. This is a district that's highly trained in formative assessments and reteaching methods, and also we aim to communicate often. And when emails fail, we're a district that believes in face-to-face conversations and phone calls as often as possible. So my best advice for our teachers as we go into this fall and the unknowing of what level we will be in at any time is to make this the year that we become even better than ever in digitizing our teaching resources, so that what you would offer in a remote setting would very much be the resources you would also pull up in an on-campus setting. And that's what we're working quite a bit on the week of the 17th. What the slides you're seeing here tonight are actually the slides that will be used on this Thursday. And so hopefully families will either have seen it tonight, but also maybe have caught it when the plan goes officially out in email, but also will preserve some time that night just for some real informal Q&A. But where do we find everything for class? Our answers at Perry, of course, are Google Classroom, Infinite Campus. That'll be some of the guidance we do on our virtual evenings. How can I access my child's remote learning? And this is good for on-campus learners as well. There's two ways. We can email you an opportunity to have weekly summaries straight out of Google Classroom, but also you have access, of course, as we parents love to have access to our kids' login and password, just simply so we can see it for ourselves as well. And those are two options that we've always had at Perry and will continue to have, but maybe we need to better educate and help each other finding those resources. As we had for all of last spring, the parent guide, the demo of how to navigate Google Classroom, and we will be on hand this Thursday night to demonstrate anything needed, but also no better time also on those virtual meetings when you're in a small group of parents with that teacher in that virtual meeting. How do students and parents communicate with teachers? Please email. We work really hard to get back with you within 24 hours, if not sooner than that. We have many families that have language translation needs, and so we've invested in talking points last spring. And so if a teacher is texting to you as well, we have the opportunity, if you have marked that as a communication choice in Infinite Campus, we can actually email you thing, which many families say, I like that. When it beeps on my hip and I got it right there, many families opt for that. But the beautiful thing is our families of second languages have it translated immediately from English into their language as well. That's why I like that app quite a bit. And of course, the best of all, phone calls. Expectations. As we pivoted so quickly in March, we kind of jumped all into it, and our roles and what we needed from each other may not have been clear. And so these slides, the two that are about to come, are strictly for that purpose. As far as attendance goes, I think Dr. Thompson went quickly over that, and I believe that was thorough, but attendance for remote learning, oftentimes there's families out there that need to tap into remote learning at a different time than it was actually taught that day. They need those recorded sessions. Working families are coming home and supporting young ones. And so what we are using as attendance in those sessions is even if the young ones who parents have expressed that need aren't showing up in class because they're at a caregiver that can't provide that for them at that time, we can have our ability to, whether they're accessing, where they're posting assignments, and that counts as the attendance for that day. Ohio's given us some nice guidance on that. Parents and caregivers, we're asking that we need you to commit to remote learning for a school year so that our staffing can remain stable. It could be a huge financial issue for the district if we were wavering in moving kids back and forth, especially when it comes to opportunities for coming back to the classroom and so forth. So we can go into that further as well. But parents and caregivers, we're asking that you attend virtual night, and that's all parents in the district. I think it's important that everyone kind of understands that we're a community of digital access, Google Classroom, creating a working schedule at home, building two-way communication and personalized support sessions. If my child needs help, what are we committing to do? And so that we have those understandings. Parents of remote learning and students, we commit to checking email mornings and afternoons, and I probably don't have to read the slide. I will move forward with the curriculum, and the grading is the exact on campus that it is for remote learners. And our commitment to instruction, that we have daily direct teaching. We know engagement means short video snippets. Even in our larger content classrooms, we know that we can grab attention shortly through video, talk, engage, grab it again. But talking and speaking to kids bell to bell, we know is not our highest and our most effective work. So instead of reading this slide to you, what I'd like to do is visually share with you something that may not have been clear in 1.0 last spring. In some of our feedback, it was mentioned that, and it was mentioned, I believe, at our previous board meeting, that not enough teaching was taking place. And I want to clarify that however we're measuring that, teaching for a block, for example, these yellow blocks that you see here, these are the blocks of instruction, for example, in an elementary remote schedule. Those yellow areas where teachers are meeting with kids and there's a 9 to 10 o'clock block. However, there's going to be some days where there may be small instruction, but in that block, the teacher needs to meet with student 1, 2, and 3, and maybe student 8 and 9 that day. And so if those students that are not in the breakout group, that time is being handed back to them for independent work, and that is exactly how it works in the classroom. So I want to help community understand that if they don't see a teacher teaching from bell to bell, it's exactly how that happens on campus, because we typically have, if you look from left to right on this screen, no matter if we're on campus or remote, we typically have small, direct, explicit instruction. I didn't mean to say small, it's very packed, but it's very explicit because of engagement. And then we kick back time to kids to either get in groups, discuss, problem solve. We might be conferring with some kids, and then we usually wrap up and share learnings of the class period as we wrap up. But oftentimes, it typically goes with direct instruction and then time for kids in myriad of ways, and then back for closure. So we want to share that with you, and also know that if it's not looking like that on the other end, help us understand what is happening. But I do believe we can have this conversation more to kind of understand. This is a secondary schedule. Notice that I happen to pick a 5th grade schedule. In 5th grade, the language arts and social studies are the first part of the day. It happens to be that we organize and have for years our 5th grade and 6th grade teachers, as you know, teach. Those subjects are taught by the same teacher. That would mean that the teacher, this 5th grade teacher, would have roughly from 7:45 to 9:19 to use as they see best fit. And that might look, like I said, very explicit instruction, breakout groups, teacher hopping into several remote groups, back out into another, giving kids time to process and through. So again, on the remote learning, the home side, you may see, of course, the direct instruction. You may see your kid doing independent work, and there may be time for them to hop back into a group. But those are some things that are happening behind the scenes as the teacher's making their way through conferring or getting feedback from kids. It's been a question lately whether remote learning students can participate in athletics that are offered. Yes, if athletics are offered, remote learning students do participate, and transportation needs to be provided from parent or guardian or the driver student. Just always want to be mindful that the wellness menu has been very effective for some families. We will certainly go through that with our remote learning families and make sure our CARES teams are in support of them all throughout their time. And also, it's been a long summer for many adults, and I think it's also equal time we need to take to make sure that our fellow adults and our colleagues and our parents are, if there's anything they need in terms of wellness, we have supports here. And as far as employees, we also have our employee impact services for us as well. I just think it's a time of life that we need to be looking out for each other and keeping an eye on each other. And of course, the evening that I present this on the 6th, I'll be sharing that if there's any further questions, all of us will be on the call, and we'll certainly open it up to the community of our families that are considering remote learning at that time. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to our first school plan, and it'll be Mrs. Needing with the elementary school plan.
Thank you, Dr. Malczewski. So as we were starting to design our restart plan for the elementary, we had a couple goals in mind that truly drove our work. And the first one of those goals was that we knew that in order to follow the 6 feet of social distancing guidelines, some of our classrooms were fitting a smaller amount of our students. And we really wanted all of our kids to be in our classrooms face-to-face with our teachers. So we wanted to really create and utilize as many big spaces that we have at the elementary school to host all of our kids, because it was super important for them to have that connection with our teachers. Is it hard to hear me? Is that better? I'll get closer. So we did a lot of work of really looking and creating bigger spaces to host all of our students so they could have that connection. And so a lot of that drove our work of the placement of our school and how we're best utilizing our spaces. The second piece was try and create as much normalcy as possible in these abnormal times. So our kids are used to going to recess every day, going to lunch, going to specials. And so we really wanted to do our best to try and create those moments for our students when applicable. And we knew that in order to do that, we had to redesign our whole scheduling. We had to create staggered transition times to limit the amount of crossing paths, to eliminate, overflow or, crowding in the hallways. We had to create transition times to allow for sanitizing. So that really drove our work. And you'll see, I'll talk through some of those schedules and what they look like. So Dr. Thompson did kind of share the calendar with you, but I did want to add that we are still continuing with our kindergarten phase-in as we have always done each year. So the first 3 days of school, grades 1 through 4 will report, A through L starting August 24th, M through Z August 25th, but our phase-in days will be August 24th, 25th, and 26th. And so just like in years past, our families will get a specific time in one of those days to bring their students to school to participate in assessments. And then our first group of kindergartners will start on August 27th, and they'll join grades 1 through 4, M through Z that day. And then on the 28th, A through L will go with the K4 kids. So a little bit of our general information. Our school day, the length of the day is actually staying quite similar. So our students are still going to arrive at 8:35. Our bell to begin the school day is 8:50. Now the phase-in days will really help to see how long that transition takes in the morning, because one thing we know is that our kids aren't going to be able to all come in at once like they typically have. We're going to have to stagger those times. So we're hoping that that 15 minutes will still allow them to get to their classroom to start the school day. Our pickups will be at 3 o'clock this year. So typically they're at 3:15. We've pushed it up to 3 o'clock to, again, support some staggering of transitions to eliminate that overcrowding. But our school day will still end at 3:30. And so that is also to support us dismissing buses a little bit earlier, because again, we know it's going to take a little bit more time due to those staggered transitions. And so as Dr. Thompson said, unfortunately, no volunteers, and that includes middle school helpers and high school helpers. And that's a big hit to the elementary because we love, love, love our helpers. Family members also will not be permitted to come to the cafeteria to eat lunch with their students. Again, no assemblies or field trips. At this time, we will not be checking out books in the library. So at the start of the school year, we will not utilize that. That's something that we can relook at later on should some things change. But at the beginning, we will not do that. And then our Meet the Teacher will be done virtually. So I won't pull this up, but this is just a map. As I had said, our one big goal was really to utilize and to design and create bigger spaces so that we can host our students face-to-face. And so much kudos to our teachers because they have been very, very flexible, saying, put me wherever you need me to go so we can have our kids all come to us and be in our school together. And our custodial staff has been amazing. I call them constantly saying, let's knock down that wall, we're gonna use this space, and they have been wonderful. So a big thank you to that. And it really is ever changing as well because our numbers are changing daily. So we know this is a tough decision for families. One day we'll get a new on-campus student, and then another day we'll get another remote student. So this will continue to change until that, hopefully we get all those decisions on the 10th. So what I wanted to do now is kind of walk you through a little bit of what a day of a student would look like, for what a day at Perry Elementary would look like for a student. And so they would arrive at 8:35, and we're going to have 4 main entrances this year for arrival. So all of our bus riders, typically they would enter through one door and they would all kind of unload the buses at the same time. We know we are not able to do that. We want to eliminate that overcrowding. So our bus riders will use the 3 main entrances that enter our main hallway. Our thought is that our bus drivers will pull up and unload each bus individually at the middle hallway, our butterfly hallway. And so our students who have classrooms in the butterfly hallway will literally just walk straight and go right to their classrooms. Students that are in the ladybug hallway will go to the left and go through that hallway. Students in the caterpillar will go right and walk through that hallway. And so there's no limit, or there's no crossing of paths going in, which is obviously our goal. Our pickups are still going to utilize the front parking lot, but they are going to come through the building in the back door by the swing playground. And so they will enter the back door and then they will walk through their hallway of their classroom as well. So again, limiting that crossing of paths and limiting that overcrowding of space. Once the students get into their classrooms, our teachers will check their temperatures and ask those specific questions, and they will have breakfast in the classroom. I know Dr. Thompson talked on that already. We know that we have to limit that amount of crossing of paths. We know we have to limit overcrowding of spaces, and as kids come and go in arrival time to the cafeteria, we knew that wasn't going to be feasible. So we will have that for them when they get into the classroom. Dismissal. So again, we are going to dismiss a little bit earlier. We will dismiss at 3 o'clock. We anticipate that there will be quite a few more pickups this year due to our families wanting to be able to transport their own child. So we already have a lot of permanent pickups. So knowing that we'll anticipate a few more, we're going to have 2 separate pickup locations for our permanent pickups. So we will continue to utilize the middle school bus loop for our M through Z students, but we're also going to utilize our front parking lot where our students are dropped off for our A through L students. So we're hoping that having those 2 separate locations, again, will eliminate some of that overcrowding, and our students will be able to wait for those cars outside. We'll still continue our valet service, and we'll do our best to keep 6 feet of social distance as they walk out. With our buses, typically, the school day ends at 3:30, and all of our students leave the building and access their buses. We know we're not able to do that this year because, again, we need to limit that crossing of paths and eliminate that overcrowding. So this year, our students will stay in their classrooms, and we will be calling buses 1 or 2 at a time as they are ready to go. So students, when their bus is called, they will exit their classroom and load the bus, and once they load, we'll go ahead and call the next bus too. So while the school day will end at 3:30, we will start that dismissal a little bit earlier because we know it's going to take a little bit more time. So hallways and restrooms, we have been really specific in scheduling transition times between specials and recess and lunchbox to avoid those large groups in the hallways. And so as the students walk in the hallways, we are asking them to walk on the far right of the hallway so that we can leave distance space in the middle. As you know, our water fountains have been changed over, so students will be able to bring water bottles to school. They will be able to bring snacks to school. I know there's been many questions about that they'll be able to access during the day. When they're at the restroom, it's 1 classroom per time, or 1 classroom per restroom. And so our plan is to schedule specific times with each classroom where they will utilize a specific restroom during the day, so we don't have an overlap of classrooms visiting the restroom. Once the classroom's at the restroom, 3 students are able to be in the bathroom at one time. And our teachers will continuously remind our students, because we know they like to touch everything, we will remind them to not touch everything inside the bathroom and to wash their hands for at least 20 seconds using soap and water. And we know that our custodial staff will be wonderful at sanitizing those bathrooms frequently. So along with really supporting limiting that crossing of paths and eliminating that overcrowding, we also are trying to do our best to reduce cross-contamination. So what we've created at the elementary are K4 pods. So each pod will visit a specific location that school day, or a specific location like specials or recess or lunch location for a specific amount of time. And so the thought is that rather than our typical routine would be kids going to a different special every day, or they'd all be going to recess all together. A smaller group of students would be going to 1 location during a specific given amount of time instead of having 500. So within a week or 2 period, we have 100 kids in 1 specific location compared to 500. And so that's how we run our schedules to support that reduce of cross-contamination. So specials this year, all of our specials will be 50 minutes, and we have a very specific phase-in time per our grade levels to eliminate overcrowding transition in hallways. So typically, in our elementary school day, we would have 1 chunk of time for each grade level. So for example, if I'm in 4th grade, my time would be 9 to 10. Every single 4th grader would go to specials at 9 o'clock, and every single 4th grader would get picked up at 10 o'clock. Again, we're trying to limit that this year, so we've created a staggered schedule. So for example, if my 4th grade time is 9:05 to 10:05, I'm gonna have 2 classes start to go at 9:05, 2 more classes go at 9:10, and then 2 more classes go at 9:15 within that hour time block. And that will support that staggering of transitions and eliminate that overflow. And we've even been specific enough to schedule the specials accordingly so that the 2 classes that are transitioning are going to opposite sides of the school. So PE and music are both at 9:05 because they're both in 2 different locations. So again, really doing our best to try and minimize the overflow and the amount in the hallways. We are still having our typical specials, so music, PE, art, design, learning, and library. And our goal is to have most of those classes, students will go to the exploratory, but there are certain courses that they will come to visit the student in the classroom. With that 50 minutes, I know typically they were 60-minute specials, but we changed it to 50 minutes in order to have a 10-minute transition time for our exploratory staff to sanitize before the next group comes. So for lunch, again, we're very specific about our staggered transition time. So much like specials, you'll see a couple of classes go at one time, 5 minutes later, a couple of classes, and then so on until all the grade level is in. Students will now carry their lunch boxes to and from lunch. So you'll notice at the elementary, we always had our little lunch carts where everyone would roll them down. We're not going to do that this year. We've actually separated lunch and recess to support kids bringing items back and washing up to and from. The cafeteria will be utilized for lunch, and we're also looking to utilize the activity room as an additional lunch space. And at times, it may be possible for classroom, but our goal is to be able to allow them to go outside of the classroom for lunch. Our students will sit safely distanced when they eat. They're going to have 35 minutes to eat. And our thought is that they will stay seated. Typically, they get up and throw away their trash as they're ready, but our goal is to just roll the trash bins to them so they can throw it away, and so they're limiting getting up and down. And then as students transition in and out, our tables and high-touch areas will be sanitized. For recess, as I had mentioned, we are separating it from lunch this year, so they're able to wash their hands and carry their lunch boxes or jackets back to and from places rather than having to carry it with them. Our students will have 25 minutes for recess. And what we have seen in the past is that we'll have a specific grade level go out and everyone will go together in the playground area. What we've done this year is we've specified 5 specific locations for recess in which a classroom will be assigned to. That K4 pod will be assigned to, during that specified time. So we have a wooden playground, the bus loop, the blacktop, turf for grades 2 and 4, our swings playground, and pre-K back playground for grades K and 2. And this is where I feel so lucky to have the spacing that we do at our school because we have so many playground areas that we can make it work for all of our kids. So while they won't be able to be playing with the whole entire grade level, they'll be outside playing with their classroom, and we're just really happy to be able to give them that time. Students will sanitize before they enter back into the building, and as new kids transition out, we will be sanitizing as well. And just some basic classroom considerations, our desks will be properly spaced for social distancing. We won't be sharing school supplies. Typically we've had communal school supplies. Kids will have their own packets of materials at their desks. If we need to share manipulatives or classroom materials or toys, they will be sanitized after being used by another group of students. And we will do our best to limit items being sent home and that will be expected to be returned back. And Dr. Thompson already talked about facial coverings. K-12 students will be required to wear them. And our on-campus schedules, this really are just links that specify the exact times of each grade level when they're going to and from places. And that is the planned restart for elementary this time. So I would love to welcome Mr. Nicely.
Before I begin, I'd like to thank, we had a team of staff that worked very hard throughout the months of June and into July to put this plan together. It was definitely a very collaborative approach to doing this, and we kind of started with a blank slate of, hey, what do we see as the barriers to being able to put a plan into place for us to reset and restart the new school year? This was essentially the same team that kind of jumped in during spring break. Some were zooming in from, here, there, and everywhere. Many were at home, but really kind of jumped in with both feet and really provide a great deal of input to be able to get us with a working plan to be able to begin remote learning very quickly. As Dr. Thompson mentioned, we pivoted very quickly during the month of March. And so our meetings averaged anywhere between 15 and 20 individuals, and we met really 2 times a week for several weeks throughout the months of June and July. So it was very much a collaborative effort. A lot of input was given. There was a lot of dialogue and discussion. There was a lot of disagreement. And time and time again, we consulted with our resources, and time again, we kind of also resorted back to going with, okay, what are the 3 things that this group really needs to do? And so when we set out this work, we wanted to identify the potential barriers and concerns, and then problem solve around those issues. We wanted to create a learning environment that allows us to adjust and adapt to current conditions, making ourselves fluid and flexible, regardless of what situation, what the county, the state, the federal government, et cetera, is advising us to do. And then we also want to be able to communicate our work to our colleagues, to our parents, and to our students. And so you could see this list of resources. We started with just a couple of them, primarily the CDC guidelines. Then the Ohio Department of Education posted their reset and restart planning guide, and this list just continues to grow. And you can see the last one there is from the Ohio High School Athletic Association and their return to play recommendations. We also set out 4 guiding principles. So these were the things that we were going to discuss. And while we wanted to discuss a lot of stuff, these are the things that we really tried to focus on and really channel kind of the discussions in our committee. We wanted to focus obviously on the education and the learning and improving what we did in Remote Learning 1.0 and building upon it and making it better. We wanted to focus on health and safety of both students and staff. We also focused on the social emotional wellness of our students, and obviously there's quite a bit in these plans that are operational in their nature. Kind of the who, what, when, where, why. How are kids going to move? Where are kids going to be? So one of the things, I guess taking a step back, one thing I think you'll see as you begin to really look at all 3 schools plans, each of the buildings are very different. Each age group of children, K through 4, 5 through 8, and then 9 through 12, have different needs. Their buildings provide kind of a different layer to that whole educational spectrum. And so in order to meet our needs, we set down a certain path of, okay, we have a master schedule. This is something that we've kind of done. It's been based on this idea of 60-minute segments of time for instruction. We kind of have to pull away from back, and we're going to have to do some things differently. You have some operational concerns, transportation, logistics, so on and so forth. And so this is the schedule that we kind of arrived at. It's really kind of simple in its setup. It's an 8-period schedule that has a homeroom time for all of our students. And you can see that our homeroom begins at 7:40. Our buses we will start bus dismissal at around 2:20, potentially slightly earlier than that. And then our walkers, our riders, and our pickups will be at 2:30. So we're staggering our dismissal. I'll talk about arrival here in a moment. Probably the most important piece of this, however, as an educational institution, is this idea of delivery of instruction. And so, utilizing the skills that we gained as a result of Remote Learning 1.0, our plan was to incorporate as much of our content into our Google platform as possible. Granted, there are going to be some materials that we're not going to be able to put into Google. Unfortunately, I can think of some of the textbooks that I used as a teacher in a history classroom that Mr. Nemechek will still rely on from time to time. And those aren't necessarily available electronically. However, that he has an entire repository of materials that he uses to supplement and did use to supplement material during the spring. And so that's kind of what we want to do, and Dr. Malczewski alluded to that, is that we want to provide that single place, that single platform for our teachers to be able to put their content, and for students, regardless of their environment, be they in class or be they at home, to be able to access that information. We want to continue to provide support for our specific populations, for example, special ed, students with medical issues. We are looking at the maintenance and the continuation of exploratory classes such as phys ed, the performing arts, etc. We felt very strongly that these need to continue to be part of our regular school day. That being said, the physical education class that existed last year in the fall or 2 years ago in the fall may look very different than what the physical education class looks like this coming fall. And the same is true with possibly band and choir, and you can kind of go down the list. All of these departments are working to adjust and adapt to kind of the current realities of what the situation is and what the guidance is for that particular content area. Instruction will occur either in person or remotely. Class sections are currently being created with capacity set to ensure social distancing. Some of our sections may be entirely remote, while others may have a combination of both. And one of the things that we have been very clear on from the very beginning is that our staff really needs to kind of go into this planning for both contingencies. And we do that in order to be flexible and fluid or nimble in our delivery. Because again, you never really know when a student may end up in isolation or quarantine and have to access that course. But we also recognize that there are certain things that happen in the classroom that don't necessarily or can't necessarily happen remotely. And therefore, many of our teachers who are very, very good at remote learning, they kind of presented and kind of walked us down this path that it's really kind of a specialty. If you are dealing with a group of solely remote students, there are certain things that you really can do, and you can kind of go in a different path than maybe you necessarily could in the classroom and vice versa. And so they really wanted to be able to, at least from the beginning of the school year, start from that perspective and be able to head down that path. This is the remote learning piece that Dr. Malczewski just presented. Some safety and logistics, and what I did here is I highlighted some of the pieces that I think are relevant or that I want to kind of point out to you that really differ from some of the other presentations that have happened this evening. Our student entry and exit of the building will be clearly defined. So we have 3 primary entrances and exits to the building. We will be using all 3 of those for arrival as well as for dismissal. We are in the process of kind of delineating how that's going to work, but kind of what we're leaning towards is that the side door to the administrative hallway where the clinic is, we will continue to use for our special ed bus, special ed students that require assistance and any students that are medically fragile, they will use that side door. Our gym door, and last year at the beginning of the year, we used kind of both doors and funneled the kids through. As our buses kind of stagger their drop-off, those bused kids will go in through the gym door, and our drop-offs will continue to go through the main entrance. Something else that's a little bit different, we won't be gathering in the lobbies, we won't be gathering in the cafeteria prior to school. which is kind of sad because I know that students kind of enjoyed being able to hang out until that first bell rang. However, we really don't want the large groups congregating. So students that need breakfast will go to the cafeteria. Breakfast will be grab and go, and they will take that breakfast directly to the classroom, and they will eat breakfast in their classroom. All other students will report directly to their homeroom. Hand sanitizing stations have been established in classrooms and throughout the building, and we will be utilizing those throughout the course of a school day. Probably just one piece here, and I know there's been some questions about this. At this time, we're prohibiting students from using lockers to start the school year. Now, we are going to assign the students a locker, so in Infinite Campus, they will have a locker number. They will have a corresponding combination to that locker, but we won't be using the lockers to start the school year based on CDC guidelines. And another change from in the past is that students will be allowed, be permitted to carry backpacks and book bags during the course of the day. No field trips, no large group student events. And so, at this time, Washington, D.C. is it's not moving forward. We can hopefully look forward to sixth grade camp, but that's a discussion for down the road. Grade level specific hallways. So similar to the elementary school in their pods, most of our staff are already in those kind of defined hallways. There's a fifth grade hallway, a sixth grade hallway, so on and so forth. In order to allow us to be able to really maximize our staffing and get as many kids as we can, the choices of classes that they want, as well as maintaining social distancing, there will be some instances of where classes, certain sections of classes may be moved to a different location, which would require the teacher, and this will all be in Infinite Campus, it's being pre-scheduled. But for example, we may be running a section of 25 accelerated kids. Normally that would constitute, if you have to limit that to 14 in that space, now you have to run 2 sections of that. And so if we're able to find a space, and we have several within our school where you can have 20 or more kids in that space and still be socially distant, then we're also looking to make those moves with our scheduling as well. Facial coverings required district-wide K through 12. Our teachers were very adamant that mask breaks are going to be essential to student and probably their own sanity as the course of the day progresses. So we really are going to encourage our teachers to get the kids outside as much as possible. So if that means taking them outside, doing part of the lesson outside, that's great. We have some really, really wonderful spaces already available to us, as well as some really, really awesome ideas for how to transform some of our current spaces and make them even better. More to come on that, not tonight. But we're going to encourage those mask breaks. The other thing that we're looking to do is to set up our inner courtyard area where our garden area is that our environmental club has been using. It's a beautiful space. There's trees and flowers and bushes. And then there's also, over the course of several years, we've begun to kind of transform that area, and we're looking to use that area as kind of a mask break. So if a student needs to get a break, the weather is conducive, we're going to allow students to kind of go outside, catch their air, and come back in. Bathroom logistics, very interesting conversation in the planning phase. Middle school students tend to do a lot of very interesting things sometimes in the restrooms. We are looking to limit our numbers based on the square footage. Some of our restrooms in the district are around 3, others may be a little bit more than that. The use of stalls will be clearly delineated, and we'll also have clearly marked waiting areas for students so that they know that if there's others in the restroom, they wait there and then they can go in. We've also expanded the amount of time in between classes, And our teachers are also very aware that, you know, hey, some of the bathroom breaks are going to be essential throughout the course of the day because kids aren't going to be able to all go into the bathrooms in between class. Transition within the school. Again, we've expanded our transition times to allow for staggered movement in the hallways. We have grade level hallways, highlighting also no use of lockers, at least until further notice. Our classroom doors are going to stay open in order to allow for maximum airflow. And we're encouraging outdoor activities and outdoor class as much as possible, at least here in the fall. Cleaning and logistics, this is covered. Food service, our food service will continue to operate in the servery area, and our students, we believe, will be able to get 100% of our students that are currently assigned to on-campus learning into our cafeteria. The square footage of our cafeteria currently allows for up to 120 students in that space. In the event that we end up in a situation where, say, we have a grade level that has more than that on campus, we also have other areas that we are defining for the eating of lunch. Masks will not be required while eating. Students will eat only with their grade level, and they will be in the cafeteria or other designated areas during lunch and recess times. As you know, we have probably one of the coolest recess areas in the United States. The Ninja Warrior course is and will be available to students. We are looking at a sanitation schedule with our maintenance and custodial departments so that space can be utilized. Students will sanitize their hands prior to going out to recess, and then they will also sanitize their hands again upon coming back into the building. One of the things that we're going to encourage students, and this will be part of our opening kind of expectations and guidelines that we're going to be presenting to them, is that, you know, recess is going to have to look a little bit different. You know, we're not going to be able to huddle in small groups or to do, you know, tight group kind of activities. Because one, we want them outside. Two, we'd like them to be outside without a mask on. And three, if they're too close together, if they're too, you know, then they're not able to do that, and the mask will have to come on. And so if that means, you know, we take them over to Ridley Field and we just kind of walk or whatever we need to do to get the kids outside, get them moving so that they have that time to kind of be active during the course of the day. Student activities, we do have sanctioned athletics and other extra and co-curricular activities at the middle school. So one of the things that we relied very heavily on was the Ohio High School Athletic Association's recommendations, as well as ongoing discussions amongst the Chagrin Valley Conference. I know our high school and middle school athletic directors have been meeting quite frequently over the course of the last month, and there's been a lot of dialogue and discussion on how to safely, you know, return to activities at school. And so, you know, judging and based on some of the guidance that we've gotten from those groups, as well as from the other organizations that were listed in our resources, that's kind of what's going to govern the co-curricular, extracurricular activities that occur at the middle school. Again, general education field trips are not currently being permitted, and any planning for those is currently on hold. We are, however, encouraging our teachers to be quite creative when it comes to virtual field trips. Most of those virtual field trips are free. And you can go anywhere in the world, and you don't need board approval. You know, we're looking to do some things a little bit differently with our kids to be able to kind of expand their horizons, so to speak, if we can't take them somewhere physically. The last two slides, we are going to really utilize those first 2 weeks of phase in to really kind of get students all on the same page. in terms of what our expectations for the return to learning will be in the fall. We're in the process of completing a kind of a handbook, if you will. It is a slide deck and all of our students are going to have access to that through our middle school Google Classroom, which all kids will be enrolled in, similar to what we did in the spring. You know, and kind of using that as a really good communication mechanism between the office and the student body. And so there's going to be a variety of things that are going to be shared through that, but this is going to be kind of the handbook that kind of goes into a lot of the details of, you know, what you should, what you shouldn't do in terms of on-campus and even remote learning. And that I shared here on the slide, this is the index. We're looking at 15 different topics that are expanded on in this handbook, and then there is a link there, and that'll take you to that Google slide deck. Please keep in mind that that document is still very much in a draft form, and we're working through a lot of, you know, some of the logistical pieces of that. And that being said, thank you very much, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Porcello, who is our high school principal.
All right, good evening. First off, I want to thank those that have helped and have contributed to our restart plan at Perry High School. I've had many conversations, starting with our committee level work with our teachers, where we started off, I think we were at 25, 30 questions about 10 minutes into the meeting. And those type of questions help you really look at all the details that need to be covered in a restart plan. Also, the many conversations with parents, community members, students, and just trying to put this all together for what's best for all of our students, making sure that we keep safety and academic rigor in place at the same time. We know that we have students that will be headed off to a college campus in as little as 12 months or into a career possibly in 9 to 10 months or enlisting in the military. So we have to find that balance. Obviously, safety is the major priority, but also maintaining a certain level of academics and career and college preparation as that becomes very vital at the high school level. So as a result, before I discuss the schedule at length, and reflecting on where we've been over the last 8 to 10 years at Perry High School, I think we've been preparing for this day unknowingly through the personalization of learning. We have seen more independent study, more online type of learning, increase in CCP than ever before in these last 5 to 10 years. And our guidance counselors have become excellent at working with each student and family individually and setting up that plan that works best for that kid based on what their future plans are, based on what their interests are, and trying to really set up each student for success for their future. Traditionally, I think at least for the last 20 years, Perry High School has run a 80 to 85-minute 4-block day, where traditionally students took 4 classes and teachers had taught 3 out of those 4. What you see here in front of you is a modification of a block schedule where we have 6 blocks per day. And the goal here for increasing the number of blocks per day was to reduce class sizes. The majority of our classes would range between 15 and 30. And looking at the physical size of each of our room and what we can fit students in, keeping them 6 feet apart, that was a challenge with our current block schedule. And as little as a week or 2 ago, we were looking at the data, looking at the spaces to see if we could maintain our traditional block schedule, and there just weren't enough large spaces each block of the day to make it happen. So we pivoted, created this schedule. This came out of one of the teacher committee, one of the smaller groups that we had worked in breakouts. And so a student day on this 6-block schedule, let's focus on the first 5 blocks of the day. So a student may have a class first, second, and third, may have a lunch 4A, a study table / ice for B, and that would be a time where they would head to the media center and work quietly. And we know that there could be an increase in the amount of work outside of the traditional school day and the classroom as we decrease from 80 to 65 minutes. So study table for B, and then a class 5th block, and we will have a bus running at 1:31 and 2:31. So students will have that flexibility based on their schedule. The need for a 6th block, a lot is driven by Auburn Career Center students who are returning to us at a certain time, and we are able to then run some of their core classes in the 5th and 6th block after the 8 lunch 4th block. And also with the sharing of staff that we that takes place between the middle school and high school, certain teachers may only be available during that 5B and 6 block. So something currently, band is currently scheduled for 6 block. And then some core classes around that Auburn Career Center students would take. So provide some flexibility for us within that day. And like I said at the beginning, the personalization and the coming and going from our campus, whether it was CCP, PSL, early release, late arrival, we've had this open campus type of feel for a while now. So once again, our goal was to reduce class sizes to 15 to 20 students so that we can fit students into those spaces. Teachers are now teaching up to 4 classes a day, which helped me increase our number of sections at the high school while maintaining the same number of courses that students have typically taken. So students will take up to 4 classes max and have a lunch and study lab during those first 5 blocks. Students may have a 5th class if there's 2 skinnies. So for those of you familiar with the high school scheduling, and I know the majority of you are, those skinnies are typically half blocks. So there is some variation in that first step there. Students may leave campus during that lunch/study table time frame. Parents who do not want their students to leave will be able to contact Mr. Nedzwicki. We'll make sure we have a list generated of who needs to be checked in at those study tables. Like I had covered before, transportation will be provided at 1:31 and 2:31, and the 1:31 route will be designed by transportation based on those kids that are leaving at that time. So we'll ask parents to complete a Google form so that we can collect the names of the students taking the 1:31 bus. Students who need to stay on campus for extracurricular activities that don't have a 6-block class will be provided a quiet space, more than likely our media center, between that 1:31 and 2:45 time slot. If a student has access to transportation and want to leave during that time, they are more than welcome. Limited courses will be offered during that 6 block. Once again, band, choir, and courses to help us keep our schedule aligned with Auburn Career Center students. And currently, I've had a conversation with Jennifer Collis from Lakeland Community College. For our classes that we do run on our campus, they are somewhat aligned. So a class may take out 2 blocks. However, with the additional blocks that we now have, students, even if they were taking 1 Lakeland class, could still fit in 3 Perry classes. So there is versatility, and it works out. Not as clean as before, but still pretty solid. If a class size is larger than what we have space for in the room that the teacher traditionally teaches in, we are fortunate to have 5 or 6 larger classrooms that fit up to 30 to 35 people in them because they were double classes at some point and there was movable walls. So we will utilize those spaces as we wrap up our master scheduling. Band will meet outside and then in 2 groups when inside. Choir, as of today, will utilize the Goodwin Theater, and we have to look at what that curriculum is going to look like. We are awaiting the final recommendation from the association connected with music on what's the best way to handle these courses. The weight room and field house will be utilized for PE courses. What I would envision is Mr. Christinger in the weight room with the number of students that fit in the weight room, with an overflow into our field house, potentially staffed by ed associates that we currently have on staff, or potentially additional ed associates. Semester terms have been adjusted to create a better balance. If you recall, it seems like a century ago, but we were looking at the flex days, the 15 days at the end of May, which we've now eliminated the flex days and are closer to a 90-90 balance, which means the first semester won't end until after winter break. So I think we're looking at a January 12th end date, which still works with the majority of the CCP colleges or universities that our students attend. Once again, not ideal, but we can make it work. Dr. Malcheski did a wonderful job reviewing the Remote Learning 2.0, some specific items about remote learning at the high school, what we've tried to do within the core classes. Currently, we have right around 80 students that are selecting remote learning at Perry High School. We will build standalone sections within a teacher's day where they will connect with those 20 students virtually during a block during the day. So let's say second block math. A teacher is assigned to second block math, has right around 20 kids on his or her caseload, and works with them via Zoom or Google Meet and provides intervention and enrichments during that time as the students spend a decent amount of time also on software that we have available, whether that's through some of our textbook purchases or connections we have with Edmentum or other providers. So once again, a Perry teacher will oversee the learning and provide daily interventions and enrichment. Other remote learning could be part of an on-campus class. For example, courses, some of our elective courses, PSL, AP Calc, other AP courses, or game design. So you can anticipate a list of classes that will either be with 100% of remote students in it, simultaneous, or potentially not able to run. For example, our house flipping course. That becomes a difficult course to run via remote learning. So we will guarantee for those remote learners the course, and then we will work with them in a personalized manner to get them what they need, considering some of the barriers within their elective courses. As far as entering and exiting the building, the buses will pull through the big bus loop. Students would exit the bus and head towards the doors by the big lobby entrance where they would go in. Students will enter into that lobby and then proceed left towards the cafeteria and either go to the cafeteria for breakfast or loop around to go to their first block class. So we'll be asking students to go to one of those two locations upon entering the building. The 300 hallway entrance, which is the furthest south entrance on the front of the building, is another entrance where students will be able to enter the building. The 100 hallway entrance, which is the entrance that runs right along the office, that will now be an exit only and will be also utilized where our clinic is located if students are sent home due to symptoms. At the completion of the school day, all doors can be used as an exit. Once again, we have two different end times, 1:31, 2:31. One of the benefits of more of an open campus is that students will be leaving at different times, cutting down on the clustering with the entering and the exiting. Students will be expected to maintain physical distancing as they enter and exit the building. Upon approaching the building, facial coverings should be utilized. I think this has been well covered today so far by previous presenters. Mask on buses and hallways and in classrooms. We will be encouraging our teachers during that 65-minute block to, when practical, take students outside for mask breaks and be reasonable with that. The thought process is you could get a better 55 minutes of quality time if you take a break at some point for that mask break. So we want teachers to be very reasonable with the students and work around that need. I have the limit 3 students in the restroom at one time. When I heard Mr. Nisley present, much like we are posting how many people are able to fit into a classroom, I would foresee signs on the outside of bathrooms based on the square footage and the logistics of that bathroom. And then clearly mark where students need to wait to enter the restroom. Transition within the building between classes. The lower level will be a clockwise direction. The upper level will be a counterclockwise direction. Sounds a little confusing at first. You can expect floor signs, wall signs, and clear markings to make sure that students know what direction they are to walk. The reasoning behind the clockwise and the counterclockwise is just the flow of the traffic and how you can get to different spaces within the building. Some hallways, such as getting back to the band room, will require two-way traffic, and students should use the far right side of those hallways. And then at entrance and exit times will have specific stairways on what could be used for up and down traffic and also between classes. And once again, they will be marked. While in hallways, students should be aware of others and maintain a 6 feet distance. And when walking back from the PAC after strength of fitness, students should use the outside walkway, weather permitting, to come on back. So towards the PAC would be in the hallway, and then after strength of fitness, they would use the outside walkway. Lunch at PHS, students will be able to purchase lunch. Once again, students are able to exit the building and leave campus during their lunch/study lab block. Once again, parents are able to let us know if they do not want their kid leaving campus. For those staying on campus for lunch, the old robotics room, the cafeteria, and the former senior lounge will be used to maintain 6 feet of distancing during lunch. And for those in study lab, we will either be using the media center or classrooms depending on the numbers. We're still working through our final course numbers as the guidance counselors who have been wonderful through this all. And we pretty much have done a master schedule twice. And a lot falls on them to get through those individual schedules. So special thanks to Mrs. Holderman and Mrs. Gigante for their dedication to our students and families. And last but not least, I know that I believe that extracurriculars are a major part of the high school experience and the overall development of the whole child in preparation for their future, as many life lessons are learned in extracurricular activities. Oftentimes those lessons that don't come across in the classroom. We have worked with the CVC, both Mr. Rockwell and I, in different meetings that we've attended, continuing to try to make things happen for our extracurricular activities. As you follow the news, I'm sure you've seen that some of the Cuyahoga County CVC schools have canceled sports at this time. But once again, that extracurriculars are, I believe, very important to our students, and we're going to do everything to make those possible. And once again, highlighted that field trips are not permitted at this time, which hurts classes like PSL and the different experiences that our kids are able to take, but it's the right thing to do at this time. I didn't put all the safety pieces that have been covered multiple times, such as the cleaning protocols, but once again, those will be continuing on in the extra cleaning cycles at the high school as well. So thank you for your time, and turn it back over to Dr. Thompson.
Sure, you don't put me back into the, you're testing my skills, but that's all right. No, that's okay. Keep your distance. So here we go. Again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate our administration for the kind of work that they do and have done and will continue to do, because while we've worked very hard to get to this point, we know there's plenty of work ahead of us, and we're up for the challenge. I can say with confidence that this community's children are in awesome hands. On a personal note, we'll be taking our baby to college tomorrow, so I won't be around, and I only hope that the people we hand our kid off to takes the kind of care with him that you guys are taking for the kids of this community. So thank you so much for your work. So to end this thing and to get moving, we have some board policies that are going to be here for the review. They're applicable to the changes that need to be made so we can conduct business under this pandemic. Again, these policies will grow. I saw in the middle school presentation discussion on slide 15 concerning recording and of live streaming and things of that sort. I'll be discussing the board about a potential policy change for us as well, so we can be very clear about what the protocols are for recording and sessions that may be going out live instructionally and so forth. So there'll be more policies to come. And again, communication as we go through this is critical. We continue to have this discussion. We're going to communicate ad nauseum. Again, we have a board email address that people can address their questions to members of the board, either on each individually or on a general email piece. We have a frequently asked questions page where we're going to try to log those questions. And again, this document is going to serve as a reference for the continuing work to have the most updated information as possible as we work together to get through this and to provide this educational opportunity for our Perry students. And so with that, again, I just want to thank everybody that's been involved. Here's this will again, the plan and the timeline has been that we will send this out to our community no later than this Friday. You'll probably get it by Thursday, and it will be there. It will be on our website, and we'll use all of our social media, school social media sites to also let people know that this is out there and available. And again, we are looking forward and really do appreciate your input and guidance as we all go through this. So with that, again, things are timely, and while we've been working very hard the last 3 or 4 years, and with some very special people about developing where our core values are and the core values and beliefs that we need to pursue. And again, this playbook itself has been a source of strength for me, among other things. And I'm happy that we have this in place as we continue to dig deep into our hearts and our soul and our core to get through the position we find ourselves in these times. And so pursuing these beliefs is something and these outcomes is something that we'll continue to focus on and apply to every event that we're faced with as we continue to go through this. So with that, that ends our review of the plan. And so at this point in time, we can ask our board members to come on back up and then begin to ask questions. I will ask our administration to continue to stick around because I will be quick to pass those on to our experts. No, you're not leaving yet. And so we can get the right answers from the right people. So thank you for your time and your patience as we went through this short little summary plan of what we got going on.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson, and administrators, everybody who was involved with that presentation. Took a lot of time, and it's appreciated to have that all assembled and ready to present to us and to the community. In terms of Q&A, I posed to the board before this meeting that we do this more of a structured manner in terms of a roundtable and give each board member a chance to ask questions in a more structured way, and then we'll just keep going through until everybody has asked the questions that they wanted to ask. And again, I want to reiterate, we have had an ongoing series of questions that have been posted online, and thank you, Dr. Malczewski, Dr. Thompson, and others who have been making themselves available to answer those questions as they've arisen. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and start questions. Ms. Foley, could we start with you?
Yes, sure. Can you hear me okay? No? Yes? I'd just like to say thank you, first of all, for the efforts that were put into this plan by the team. I'm proud to be a part of this district. I think it's phenomenal. I don't know that you left anything unturned, and I guess you'll find out when we get all the students back here. But I think right now I feel pretty confident walking in these doors with kids of all ages and getting this school year started the way it should be. So very proud of you, and I want to thank you. I think it's phenomenal. And I think a lot of the questions that I've had or that the community has spoken to me about have been addressed. Those were submitted through the Google Doc, as Mr. Roberts mentioned today, that we shared also throughout the last few weeks and a couple months. The ongoing conversations and questions have been taking place. Some of the key pieces were really laying out what the plans look like, and I think hitting that remote learning piece was critical. What does it look like for the safety of our students in our buildings? And then a lot of my concerns too were how are we going to hold each other accountable in terms of attendance for students who've selected either remote or in school, not having that option to, back and forth every day. That would be a nightmare as a teacher. So I think a lot of the questions that I've had and concerns that I came across have really been answered tonight. I think it was very thorough, and at this time, I don't have any questions at this moment. But that doesn't say that can change.
Okay. Mr. Welch?
Well, I have to agree with Tippy on this one. I actually learned a lot more than I did know ahead of time. So I thank you guys very much for all the hard work. You guys did an excellent job presenting it. Like I said, it answered a lot more questions for me alone. So at this time, I don't have any.
Okay. Mrs. Hackey?
Yeah, I thank you so much. You know me, I like lots and lots of information, and I got tons of information tonight. So I appreciate you all for taking time to put an outstanding plan together. I do have a couple questions just for clarification to make sure everything I heard and understood. The first one is, I always go from the first of the slides. You know me, I start at the beginning and work all the way through. The first one, the phase in with the start, the restart when we're phasing in. For the Perry Elementary School and Middle School, one of the questions a lot of people have asked is, are you going to do gap assessments during those 2 weeks? Are we going to see kind of what kids know, what they don't know during that 2-week period of phasing in?
I'm giving you. So what we have done in the past is we benchmark assess our students. And we've used NWEA, the MAP assessment, in order to do that. Really over the last 2 years, we've tried to push that as close to the start of school as we can so that we can space out those, because there's like a window that MAP tells you, hey, you have to have this much instructional time in between this assessment and then the second assessment in order for the results to be valid and so that you can compare it to the rest of the country. We're in a kind of an ongoing discussion between teachers, myself, Mr. Chisholm, and Dr. Melchesky as to whether or not that's the most appropriate tool to use. It is costly. And we've kind of tossed around the idea back and forth as to whether or not we want to replace that with something that our teachers kind of generate and create, going back to kind of more of a short cycle type of assessment where, hey, we're going to assess them right out of the gate, see where kids are at. And I'm not really answering your question, but I'm kind of heading down the path of that assessment piece. So we're either looking at doing teacher-generated assessments during and post, or continuing with MAP. And so that's kind of a discussion that we've been having back and forth for the last 2 weeks. But there will be something. It's either going to be something that we do on our own, or it's going to be we'll continue down that path with MAP.
Okay. And
I think I would further clarify that we're really debating between units as students enter a unit, whether the pre-assessment of that unit is more valid than the national assessment. And so that's the two things, whether it be a unit pre-assessment, locally designed, or a national benchmark assessment called MAP.
Betty Jo, before you leave, for kids that are doing online or the remote learning, will they be kind of assessed the exact same way just while you're here?
Yes, and MAP has that feature available now to take the assessment remotely.
Thank you.
So at the elementary level, we have student learning objectives, SLOs, that typically every single year within the first 15 days, all of our teachers administer assessments. We are going to delay that a little bit because the phase-in days we really want to utilize to just get our protocols in place and see how the schedule looks when the kids are here. Because things can look great on paper, but we may need to make some tweaks accordingly. The positive thing is that all of our teachers will have all the students' winter data and most recent data from what was given, so they'll have an idea about where the kids left off last school year. We also had all the teachers turn in curriculum to specify what each grade level hit within that remote learning time. So our teachers will know exactly where to pick up where kids had left off from the previous year. So it won't be the same timeline as years previous, but we will still be gauging students accordingly.
Perfect, thank you. My other question was with the phase-in. I know that at any time that our plan needs to be able to adjust. We need to be able to be in class, go to hybrid, go to remote, go back to being in class 5 days a week. So I have a feeling we're just going to be always having to adjust. Are we, during the phase-in time, are we going to walk through with all students how to do remote learning? Just in case all of a sudden we turn purple in 2 weeks, will the kids all know how to do remote learning and have that skill and taught to them during the phase-in?
The virtual remote learning nights, which are conducted on August 24th, 27th, 26th, 27th, and 28th, those are handled the same for whether you're on campus, predominantly the same, whether you're on campus or remote. As I said earlier, we're trying to get every classroom to understand that we've hit a time that in order to make the least amount of pivots during this time of potential change, it's high time that we spend all of our PD resources and just all of our focus on digitizing our classroom resources to what we deliver in the classroom is very similar to what we would deliver to a remote classroom. That's most difficult for our primary teachers to envision, but it's more easily as the grades go up, it's very easy to conceivably, whatever we digitize as resources for classroom are by and large what we would provide to our remote learners as well. So virtual learning or virtual family evenings, we pretty much have the same agenda whether you're a remote learner or an on-campus learner.
Can I jump on there? So Betty Jo, you're saying that the virtual learning night is intended for all
Yes,
students and families?
All families of Perry.
Okay, that's a bit confusing. I think we need to promote that in a way that everybody understands what the intent of
Yes, and we're
that
leaving
is.
it to each building to kind of design those evenings, but I foresee that in order to accommodate all families, it'll be small groupings of families on at the same time, not an individual conference per family.
Right.
So will you arrange that out by email? Just so parents know, because if you don't know, if your kid all of a sudden you're in lockdown because you have COVID, you kind of need to have all this stuff planned out ahead of time.
I don't want to speak for the principals, but I kind of envision like a conference sign-up. It would be very, very similar to that and heavily communicated.
Okay. So we'll be looking for communication on how to sign up for virtual.
Probably, yes, but probably not until like the week of the 17th.
Okay. That works. Nikki, you can go. I don't want to I have lots of questions, but I can keep going.
All right.
Or someone else.
Okay, I do want to also say thank you so much for all the hard work. I know that it's very evident that you've been working hard throughout the summer, and the plans are very detailed, and I do appreciate that. I have a few questions, nothing major. One was, tonight I heard that we're asking for students to commit to remote for the year, if possible, so that we can have numbers. And I know that there was some confusion in the community with people thinking they would sign up for in-class because it's easier to switch to remote than to switch from remote to in-class if they change their mind. So I just want a little bit of clarity on that and what that looks like. And also, if students elect to start remote at the beginning of the year, does that look different than a student that elects to start in person and switches to remote? I think that'll be helpful for people to know the answers. I don't know who wants to answer it.
I think we went into this initially before we met with our school teams thinking that our best practice would be to fill our classrooms with both remote and on-campus learners for just that reason. Easy whatever the family decides, same teacher. As we went through the process and what our community, what our teachers could conceivably tolerate, and what came to the equal agreement between all was that if we could just start the school year with remote learners in their setting and let classroom teachers start as on-campus teachers initially, we would be at our best footing. So that's been our decision to date, and there are designated remote teachers. So for a family that chooses to go remote in the classroom, they will be with their teacher that they've started the school year with. I don't see a lot of kids leaving that classroom to go to a remote setting. Our remote classrooms will be pretty fixed from the start. Would you agree?
Yeah, there will be, and again, our vision at the beginning, as Dr. Marcheski said, was we wanted to prepare all teachers for simultaneous instruction because we know that it's going to happen, right? Kids are, for no fault of their own, are going to be asked to be home and quarantined and isolated. And at that point in time, they're already connected to that classroom. And so it will be our obligation and responsibility to keep that student connected to that classroom. We're not going to send them to an online or remote school of learning from Perry schools. They're going to stay with that classroom. And so the teachers understand that. As we went through the process with our staff about how we could best serve our kids, especially at the elementary level, it became clear that they wanted to give it a shot to allow those committed remote students to be outside of their classroom and let a dedicated remote staff handle those. Once that's set on August 10th, those are our 100% remote learners, and they'll have assignments that they'll have their teachers, and that will stay static. Now, those kids that have to go, that are on-campus learners, and then for no fault of their own have to go to remote, they're going to stay in their class. And so they're not going to get put into that classroom. Now, people that I know you're saying that to beat the system, look, we'll assign ourselves to on-campus with the idea that, hey, you know what, if we don't, that way we'll get our spot, and then if we're a little bit afraid, we're going to jump over to remote learning. I would highly suggest that they make that decision before August 10th, because we now have, especially at the elementary level, and some dedicated classes that at the high school and middle school where those are dedicated remote. And just like any time when you say, hey, you know what, I want to add a class at the middle and high school, guess what? That's based on availability. And so you're not going to be guaranteed to be able to get that class. And so if you've dedicated yourself to an on-campus learning, we're going to have some discussions about, how we can serve your child, because after that August 10th now, especially at the elementary, there might not be a spot for you in the remote either, because that's how we end up breaking it up, working very closely with teachers. Again, we wanted to be simultaneous across district. We shifted a little bit, and now we do have some dedicated remote settings that aren't going to be open for anybody. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And also, with regard to attendance, so people, I think this was said earlier, but I just wanted to clarify, you can't just wake up one day and say, I don't want to go to school today, I'm going to log into my classroom virtually. That will be counted as an absence?
Right. Again, and again, we're going to work very hard on that first week on professional development and training staff, but a big piece of live streaming that makes it something that's doable is that you only gain that live streaming through access given to you by the teacher. And so, so a student that wakes up and says, I'm supposed to be at school, I'm not going to make it today, but I'm gonna go skiing and then at 11 be in the lodge and like jump into my class, the teacher's not going to admit them, so they're not going to be able to get in because they're going to have to gain access. And now kids are savvy, there's other kids getting in, they're going to work around that system, and so we're going to monitor that to the best of our ability, but. If they get in and they use somebody else's and they do some things to get around that and they're still going to be considered absent. At least they got the instruction, but they're not going to be considered present.
And everything that goes along with that. So if a student's absent, they're
not eligible to participate in after-school activities, all those things. And so again, we're going to have to really tighten up our attendance system. And at the end of the day, you know, coaches are going to be responsible for checking attendance. And if a student's absent and doesn't have that approval from the athletic director, they can't participate.
Okay. I think the rest of my questions were answered in the Google Doc as we went through today, and I really appreciate the responsiveness to those. I think that the presentation was very thorough and did address the questions that we asked in that Google Doc very thoroughly, so thank you.
We'll keep working.
Well, I have a quick question for, you know, it was talked about Jumpstart and Meet the Teacher, how we're not having visitors in the school. How are we going to do Meet the Teacher, Jumpstart, picking up your school supplies you ordered, all that fun stuff that kids kind of get excited about, meeting their teacher and walking the hallways that they've never been before. How are we going to do that this year?
Yeah, so Dr. Malczewski had spoken a little bit about the virtual Meet the Teacher, so we will have those times for our families to meet the teacher. We have briefly discussed with some of the elementary staff about doing something real short and sweet for our students prior, though, to the first day, whether it's just like a little video clip and I put a slide together of, like, here, meet the first grade team, and, oh, hi, I'm Mrs. So-and-so, and or here, meet the second grade team, where it would just take a real quick time so kids could see their faces prior to school, knowing that that Meet the Teacher is the week of, you know, the student attending for the first week, which is not very typical, but we had in previous years. We are having pickups for our students on August 17th. We're going to be putting this out on, the current plan is August 17th from 3 to 6. We would have students that could come and get devices that are remote only or come and get their school supplies that are remote only that purchase those kits. Along with that, dropping off Chromebooks so that we could, you know, access those and make sure that they're okay to go for the first day of school, as well as dropping off books, because many of our teachers gave students books to read over that time. So we're looking to schedule that on the 17th from 3 to 6, and then on the 19th from 8 to 3, and we'll be putting that communication out to the community.
Awesome. Thank you.
So Jumpstart's kind of my thing, and as much as it pains me to announce, we will not be holding Jumpstart this school year. So we're currently in the process of moving our picture day from when we would normally do a majority of our school pictures during Jumpstart, so that we're not losing instructional time. We're communicating with the new picture company. Getting some times and dates available, those will be communicated to our parents. As Ariana kind of mentioned or alluded to, we're in the process of firming up the communication that's going to go out in terms of Chromebook retrieval and distribution, and we're going to look at that from kind of a K-12 perspective, using the high school as a hub for the return of 8th graders transitioning to 9th grade, 4th graders transitioning to 5th grade, and then the distribution of new Chromebooks, I believe, to 9th graders, yes, as well as to our 5th grade students. That's all going to occur, I believe, on the 17th, and then there's 2 different days with 2 different kind of chunks of time. So one during the afternoon, the other will be in the evening, and I off the top of my head, I can't specifically remember, but it's going to be right around the 17th. In terms of the school supplies, we've received a number of questions about the boxes and the orders that have occurred. Those will, when we get them here in the district, we're going to work to kind of distribute those to the homeroom teacher so that the students will have access to those. We'll take them, we'll get them out of the box, and then the kids will have their supplies, and then we'll put the boxes in the recycling bin and move on. Collection of a lot of the paperwork that has traditionally been done in the past, I think is going to happen. It's going to be a little more streamlined than it ever has been with our transition to the electronic EMAs and such. And so I think that's really helpful that we transitioned to that last year in terms of just getting and getting paperwork and so on and so forth. I know there's a lot of questions from our parents, and I've been getting some emails from students. The yearbooks are in, so we will be, we're going to pick a time, probably sometime right in that same window in which we'll be able to distribute if students are not able to wait until school starts, because a majority of our students will probably just wait, and then we'll distribute those yearbooks once school starts. But especially for our 8th graders going into 9th grade, we'll have a time dedicated for them to be able to pick that up. And it pretty much covers a lot of what happens at Jumpstart. We're going to have to work with Susie McCoon and the clinics and so on and so forth, because one of those other pieces that happens is there's a lot of medical information that comes in, and so we're going to have to kind of do that a little bit differently. Without a centralized clinic and without a centralized kind of date and time for that stuff to occur, those things are going to have to happen kind of on an individual basis, and I'm going to let her kind of decide what's the best way to do that. Is that through each individual clinic, or is that something that she wants to kind of schedule and work with parents? Am I missing anything from Jumpstart?
Perfect.
And that date for our Jumpstart and our Meet the Teachers, we traditionally do that 2 evenings, or afternoons into evenings. Those dates will be solidified this week, and then they'll be communicated to our parents.
One more question, don't leave. This is a very small question, but while I have you up here, I've heard the question asked many times, so I figured I'd put you on the spot. Backpacks are going to be carried throughout the middle school throughout the day.
That's correct.
Are there restrictions on the backpacks? I know a lot of people are wondering if they can have the wheeled backpacks. I think it's just something to put out there. I know you don't need to have an answer right now, but I think it's a concern for some parents, and figured while you're here, I'd get you.
Well, so there is a lot of, and believe it or not, I have read too much research on backpacks in schools, which I don't know what that says about me, but I've traditionally been opposed to backpacks and kids carrying tremendous amounts of stuff with their backpacks. So we're stressing that we want our students to carry what would be considered a heavier duty backpack, something that's going to last throughout the year. I do not see an issue with, based on our classroom sizes, and so trying to get down to that 14, 15, 16 in a room as opposed to normal 26, 27, or 28, that it's really going to matter one way or the other if it's a backpack that goes over my shoulders or it's one that also has the wheels on the floor. We talked about that earlier today, and I don't see an issue with it. Now, our maintenance people might say, hey, there's a reason why, but at this point in time, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't allow that.
Real quick, back to the original question about the open house. With 9th graders, it's always a big deal as they transition to high school. I could foresee a day that we take somewhere before school starts where we create 45-minute type of orientations based on in small groups throughout the day, where a student would sign up. We'd come in, make sure they meet their guidance counselor, be able to see the building, and get over that anxiety level that often comes with the transition to high school.
Good idea. Thank you.
I've got some questions and some random thoughts here. Jack, could you share with us the steps that have been taken to ensure safe classrooms and the social distancing? Just a quick review. I know we saw some of it in the slides, but just so the community understands the steps that we've gone through here.
Well, again, first of all, hopefully we stayed up to date on the most recent publications from the CDC and so forth and so on. Again, one of the first pieces we did was we got the square footage for each classroom space so that we knew what those would be. And then that data was given to our building principals to go about the task of trying to develop classes that were going to meet those CDC guidelines. And from there, we then, talked about, what level of signage and those things that we're going to have. And so, when you come into the building, every classroom is going to have posted the COVID capacity limit that they'll know as they walk in what the correct number is. We haven't removed the hard surfaces that won't be used from those rooms yet, but originally we thought we could use frog tape and just X them off and say this is a no use. Kids touch, we touch, and so the plan now is once we lock into the classroom assignments and the numbers, we're going to go into a big moving campaign with our maintenance and custodial staff, and so all that furniture is going to be labeled of where it came from, and it looks like Manchester West lobby is going to be one of the areas that are going to be a massive storage piece for all the additional furniture that we aren't going to be able to use. And I know it's been a point of stress, especially at the elementary level, where they're used to the kidney desk and the small group work, and so we're still, looking at some barriers and some things we could provide to allow for kids and teachers to continue to do some small group things. We've ordered 500 desk barriers that we'll be able to distribute that will just add that extra barrier for kids, and so forth and so on. And at the maintenance level, we certainly we've disserviced every water fountain in the district, and we've converted, I'm guess, 36 different places that are now going to be autofills, where they have a disposable cup dispenser that's a cone. They can go, they put it under there, it's sensor, it fills up, you drink it, you dispose of in the garbage can. So it's a no-touch system. And so we have those going on. We've put up plexiglass barriers in all of our reception areas. As people and visitors come in, our reception area will be plexiglassed off. And again, we'll continue to do those sneeze guards and those things in the cafeteria areas when where they come and get the food. Obviously, we purchased all the electrostatic sprayers for the deep cleaning, and those were not easy to come by. Thank goodness Mr. Smith has some long-standing relationships with some vendors. We've been able to get a number of those, both backpack and the 360s, for additional cleaning. And I put the list in our Perry Way, and you're asking me off the top of my head, so it's there.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it goes on and on, but
I think that a couple of things was the additional staff that we're looking at.
Oh, yes.
So that we could bring the class sizes down, right?
Yeah.
Expanding some classrooms where possible.
Yeah.
We're going above and beyond with a tremendous
well,
capital spend to make all this happen.
yeah,
So
not uncommon. Our CFO over there has been keeping a tabulation of our expenses and reminding us that we are approaching over $1 million of additional expense just in preparation to bring our families, kids in here safely, and our staff. There's a number of postings out there. We've posted for designated for assignment subs that we'll be hiring for each building. A number of those so they can be on call and at our building every single day for potential absenteeisms. And we've also, as the board approved tonight, we've moved our tutors into classroom assignments. That is a step up in salary. But we know that a piece of that is we have high qualified staff ready to go that are going to be involved in that, and so we've added sections to reduce those class sizes, and so we'll continue to. You'll see some anticipated openings and some postings to add additional staff because that is one of our concerns that to operate the kind of educational experience and programming that we need, we have to be able to maintain a level of staffing that can get that done. And so anticipating some of the issues with some potential absenteeism, we're trying to fill those needs ahead of time. And so absolutely. As far as, Mrs. Needing did mention, the maintenance has been so understanding about any non-permanent walls, tearing those down, removing the old computer, the things in the back of the room, all that stuff we've been getting after pretty heavily. And this was months ago that we started all this, and it was a hard thing to do because, as the board has been very good with our guidance and allowed us to spend when we need to spend. But the worst thing one thing we didn't want to do is spend on items that we're never going to end up using. You know, I resisted buying the 178 thermometers that we now have because I couldn't, you know, a year and a half from now when we're beyond this, I see these boxes of thermometers and, you know, what are we going to do with them? But in the end, you know, it became evident and clear that this is a level that we needed to get to for the safety of our staff and students, so we made the purchase. And hand sanitizer. We've got 55-gallon drums in storage of hand sanitizer. And I apologize, you know, it might not be the highest grade, but I guarantee you, from the smell, it's 62% or higher of alcohol. I know there's been some, and I jest, but I'm not, you know, I know that some of the distilleries out there stepped up and turned their refineries or whatever we call them into hand sanitizer. And so, you know, while you might not enjoy the smell, we guarantee that it's doing the job. And so we have that, and we're going to have those gallon drums of sanitizer in all the areas that kids enter. We were a very, you know, hygiene-oriented district before COVID. And so those hand sanitizer units, wall units, were in our classrooms prior to this. We've added 22 in additional areas, and we have a number of more coming in that we're putting in other places. And then we've already looked ahead to, can we continue to get supply to replenish these? And you know, the medical area, the hospitals and that, we're getting first priority on these. So we feel pretty confident we've got almost a year's supply of that available. So we've been stocking our inventory to make sure that we can continue doing and providing those sanitization places. We still have some plexiglass in storage that I've held off. We've had requests to place barriers at the concession stands outside. I'm not approving that yet because I'm not sure we're going to have fans and people that are going to be able to attend games, or we're going to be able to sell concession. So we're holding off on that plexiglass till we know we're going to utilize it in an area that it's going to help protect and make us more safe. You know, I can go on, and as I continue to go down the list, things will come to mind. And we continue to do the work. You know, we understand this is an ongoing process, and as we get staff and people in here, there's going to be suggestions, and we want to be able to accommodate. You know, the question about shields instead of masks. Again, masks are the required protocol. So, you know, if you're going to wear a shield, for sure you're going to need to be 6 foot distance from people, and you need to reason why you're wearing a shield versus a mask. And you know, and again, if it's an instructional reason or if it's a health reason, we're going to need to know that. And so, you know, we've opened it up. We're going to provide safety kits to all of our staff coming in. They're going to receive a shield. They're going to receive washable masks. They're going to receive the bottle spritzer and the wiping agent. And so they're going to get their safety kits, and we're going to distribute all of those things. We're going to allow staff to, if they need to wear scrubs, wear scrubs. If that's what your safety and comfort level is, wear them. And we understand, and we want to be sensitive to that. You know, in the clinics, we've been, you know, well supplied. You'll have a contract at our next board meeting where we're going to go into contract service. The good news about a contract service is if we do have to close, we don't pay those contracted services. And it's a year-long piece, so we're not tying ourselves into a long-term liability for manning our clinics. And so we spent a lot of time, and Lisa spent a lot of time, you know, making sure, working with our registered nurse, that we're going to have those protocols in place, and that those clinics are going to need with the isolation areas and the wellness areas, and we've done a ton of work there. So
subs to make sure it's always staffed, and that we can always provide support every single day. And I also know this question came up internally, so I appreciate the question about providing specialized services to students at a closer proximity. And Lou's office and our administrative assistant has been fantastic in getting those requisitions and getting all of those supplies that the staff has asked for. We've had no difficulty getting everything that they've needed. We have special screens for therapies, and I feel very confident that we can provide the same level of supportive services with extreme safety. So thank you for allowing me to add that.
Well,
Lisa,
and sure,
don't
and
leave.
instructionally,
I have one more question for you, Lisa.
yeah, and then stay there, but instructionally, you, Andy, and the board member, and I think, Ashley, you're on our technology committee now. We were very proactive in making sure we got the devices that were age appropriate, and we made that capital investment. Every K-2 kid is going to have a device that's touchscreen to allow them to access the curriculum in a way that they're used to. And so, we're very fortunate and blessed in this district to be able to set ourselves apart. While we want to work together with other districts in the county, and we understand that we want to be together, there's no doubt we're unique and our conditions are different. And the Board of Health has been very good about understanding that when we consult and they assess our situation, it's going to be based on some of the metrics that you talked about, Andy, and what's going on locally. And because making a decision, and this is what the governor is saying to us today, that I've got to let people make local decisions, and that because a blanket decision across the state doesn't serve everyone very well. And so that's why we've been kind of charged with coming to a local level, looking at the data, and making informed decisions on what's best for our community. And I think we're positioned pretty well to do that.
Lisa, my question, since you did the clinics and you presented on that, you talked about that kids are going to be picked up if they've been in an isolation room. They're going to be picked up in a different area. They'll go out and not come back through how we normally go through the offices.
Right.
Is it possible to have signage put outside in that area where the phone number for parents to text for your clinic pickup, so people know, because that's going to be something new as a parent to know, where do I pick up my kid? What door do I go to? How do I do it? If we can have signage outside at all the different 3 areas.
I think that's a great idea. And one of the things that she's already working on are communication information packets for every family that will include what our protocols are. Apart from what we presented about the clinics, she has created, in collaboration with the Lake Hospital District, a protocol of how we're going to act every single day. And so part of that will be informing our parents.
Okay, yeah, because I know, unfortunately, I get emergencies to come there often. So it'd be nice to, when you're frantic, sometimes you can't figure out a number if there's something that has the number where you call so you can get to your kid without panicking.
You're making me think of refrigerator magnets.
Yeah, anything so you can, even if it's like you pick up, and you pick up your order here, you text this number.
What's really nice is they're all back, I don't know if I said this, all back in the old clinic locations. And their design, their footprint is exceptional for this type of isolation and movement outside. And then also with additional visual kind of supports through being close to the secretaries and principals. So it's actually worked out very well. Really proud of what Susie did in terms of that wellness piece of being able to come in and it's not in it and everything you need is there. Your locked medication cabinets, your locked records cabinets, all of the materials are right there. She did a phenomenal job. She really did.
And then the last one, I see in there that they have a screening tool that they're going to use. I printed it off. It's a pretty good checklist. Is it possible to coordinate between the school clinics and the athletic trainer? So they're all in the same loop, that we don't have someone that kind of gets flagged but sneaks through somehow in simple practice, that we're kind of coordinating. So sometimes the trainer's out on their own island, that we're actually working as a team somehow through a private Google Doc or something where they're on the same page, all 4 places of medical care.
It's a great suggestion. I appreciate that. Yes, and we'll get right on that.
That reminds me of a whole other area that's been a ton of work behind the scenes, and our EMIS coordinator and our data management systems. We've been working very closely and loudly with Infinite Campus and some of our data management system software. I know ASOP, Patrice Carroll was able to put in, a special sick leave type of tab for when you're going to be taking emergency sick leave, because based on the Emergency Sick Leave Act, every employee has 80 hours of sick leave that they given to them prior to going into their own sick leave. And so I know we have a tab in ASOP that's going to be dedicated for that, so that we can continue to monitor and deal with some of the HR issues and also the grading and reporting issues on Infocampus. So there's a ton of work and hours, and there's still some problems that we're trying to get the bugs out in all of those data management pieces too that we really didn't mention much tonight, but we're working hard at it.
Jack, you mentioned data points, and one thing that I wanted to bring up is I think right now the way that the color coding system, particularly when we hit a level red, is very arbitrary. I think that what we have listed, what we saw on the slide tonight, and I know everything is subject to change, but what we have listed is that we would be working with the Lake County Department of Health on that. I would recommend, if the rest of the board would agree with this, that we add some additional data points to that decision-making process, that we work with the Board of Health to determine what the cases are in area code 44081, so that we can see some trending, so we can see trending increases in total numbers. That should be part of the decision-making process. Mm-hmm. And I also believe, and I know others have also brought this up, that it's important for us to have metrics available for the community. I think there's a transparency piece of this that's important for the community and the staff to understand what's driving these decisions that are going to be made. That we also include clinic visits on a trending basis, as well as a number of quarantines on a weekly basis. And whether that looks like some sort of a dashboard, something that's posted online, a Google Doc, just something that we could point back to say, that we're making this decision in coordination with the Department of Health and the CDC first and foremost, but there's also localized components of this that we need to take into consideration. The issue with Lake County is that the western side of the county, population density, proximity to Cuyahoga County, number of nursing homes, number of bars and restaurants, we're different than them. So I think it's important that everybody understands what's driving those decisions.
Excellent suggestion. We'll get right on that.
One thing that I noted as we were talking, that August 10th is soon. That's Monday, right? And I know that there were links on the presentation on the reopening plan that people need to follow to do some things. I know that we were looking at Friday as a release date for that, but I would ask, and you mentioned maybe a Thursday, mm-hmm. And with the understanding that this is a plan in process, that perhaps we release it as quickly as possible, and I don't want to send it out half-baked if there are some things that need to change, but because there are links there that parents and families need to follow to make some decisions and communicate those. Yep. I think that would be good. And last, one thing that I think that would help all stakeholders, and with the board's, I guess, nod of approval, I would propose that we set up a district task force, COVID task force. The plan that we saw tonight is subject to change. It will change based on how the reopening goes, those first 2 weeks. The students who are attending remote need to have a voice, and how do they voice that in a structured way? So my recommendation is that we set up a multi-dimensional COVID task force, and my recommendation would be you, Dr. Thompson, Dr. Malcheski, perhaps the building leaders, several board members, Susie McCoon from a medical standpoint, the athletic director, TJ, and parents potentially as well. And parents, I'm talking about parents of kids who are on campus as well as parents who are remote. And I don't want to add meetings to anybody's schedule, but I think it's important, especially as we reopen, that maybe on that Friday or sometime that makes sense for the group, that everybody come together on a Zoom call. This is not a public call, but it's something that everybody get together, round robin, what they're hearing, what they're feeling, and then report that back to the board and potentially to the staff, so we know what we need to hit, what we need to work on, what's going well, because I don't think we hear enough of that sometimes. And I was thinking perhaps even having Tippy work with you, Jack, to get that rolling, and I don't want it all to be on your shoulders. I think it's a group effort, and I don't want to overcomplicate it, but I would suggest it'd be really helpful, and staff members as well, to be a part of that, because I think what happens is a lot of conversations happen in silos, and people aren't talking to each other necessarily, and they all have a lot of the same questions, and when important decisions have to be made, it's good to have a group of people from a wide variety of backgrounds to participate. So if everybody would agree with that, I think that'd be a good step forward. So
Happy to do it.
Thank
Even
you.
if I have to work with Mrs. Foley, I'm still happy to do it.
Ms. Foley, you're okay with that?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
On board.
All right, thank you. That's what I had. Let's go back around here. We'll have another round of questions if anything's popped
So I
up.
guess I lied when I said I was done. I'm back. You did answer one question I was going to ask about the Chromebook distribution for ninth graders especially. That being said, you mentioned a date on or about August 17th. I think it's important that we just remind parents, where will this information, all the information we talked about tonight, what's the easiest place, where can they go to find all the things we talked about tonight? If they want to refer back without watching the whole meeting, some of the notes or documentation, maybe on the FAQ would be a good place to put it, things like that. So
Yeah, it's our hope that this plan with a table of contents, if they came to that on the website, they could quickly click to that table of contents and get to their school plans. And then even inside there's some table of contents to get them to the right place. And so we hope that this becomes a place of reference while we go through this. But I think, Dr. Malczewski, and I think there's going to be multiple communication avenues that we're getting things out with.
Yeah, I worry that maybe our FAQ's gotten so large that some things can get buried. So I'm wondering if we can, get out to support us with some.
yeah, I like that there's dates too, so we kind of know, if I'm asking for something.
We've got transportation links that need, we've got some EMA things,
Well-
so just real critical things like 5 big bullets, but items. But yeah, I think we need to probably punch them out in an area that's just by themselves as well.
Agreed. And that was my next piece, was transportation. I know during the presentation you mentioned that there's going to be a link parents can click on, but are we going to actually send out a survey again to confirm those who are requiring transportation to and from school?
Sheila's leading, Mrs. Dickowitz is leading us this, our Director of Transportation, and she has requested a form be completed by families. And that's one of those key things that we want back by August 10th. And I think I was just sending some communication saying we've got to get that out right away. But
When I clicked on the link, it's a little confusing because I think you kind of think you should fill it out if you're changing, because it says on there if you're changing your drop-off or doing something different. I think it needs to just be worded, everyone should complete one, because you can mark if you don't want transportation to school and you don't want transportation
so
home.
clarify that.
So, yeah, because I know, like, my kids, I drive them. So I would need to go on there, click, no transportation, no transportation. But if you're not, I've never had to do a form like that. So I think that's, when you click on it, it's a little confusing, the wording on it, that it's for everyone to complete. And, might make it easier to know who we are transporting and who we're not.
I think, I think it's probably good to get, we could go out there and ask parents to clarify once more that can you not use transportation?
Yeah.
Is that something that, are you willing to forego transportation and not be scheduled pickup? I know that's tough for parents sometimes to do, but it would really help us in our planning, so.
Right, and then, I guess if you, depending on which way you want to word it, but.
Just put it out there
that
it is completed, one way or the other, because you might just need it one direction.
Tippy, real quick about the Chromebook pickups, those type of communications will be picking up more out of buildings through Infinite Campus and the different communication mediums that we've used in the past. So I know that as late as this afternoon, administrative assistants were working on communicating the Chromebook pickup and what that day is going to look like. So I would anticipate all 3 buildings continuing on with that same, I think, Monday weekly update with the running total on a link that's on our building web pages as well.
Okay, so they'll be receiving emails too through Infinite Campus?
Correct.
Okay. And then just a kind of a comment too. You know, we've always had rules about having book bags in classrooms for other safety reasons. So now we're bringing book bags into the classroom. So I think it's important to think about the reasons why we used to keep book bags out of the classrooms, and that we haven't forgotten all those safety protocols as well, you know, when we're talking about what kids can bring in. So I know that you haven't forgotten. It's just something I want to mention, and I wanted us to keep that in the forefront as well.
Captain might be busy.
Hope so. I miss them.
Walking around checking. I have one last question about remote learning assessments. How are assessments, if they're, you know, comparable to what's going on in the classroom, so their assessments are probably going to be similar to the same ones in the classroom, how are we going to give those assessments?
Not necessarily exactly like classroom, but oftentimes. We've had a variety of conversations with teachers, even up to today with a coffee this morning with staff that came on. We're looking that a lot of our training on PD Day, I believe it's PD Day 2 or 4, just but one of those, is on assessments and remote assessments, and again, digitizing things, so the way we would do assessments very similar to that in the classroom as it is online. We do know in some of our AP classrooms or other classrooms where maintaining a certain level of paper and pencil assessments essential, because that's the way they'll be assessed nationally, and yet until COVID came and our kids were assessed a whole different way with AP. However, we're looking at possibly having some opportunities for remote students to come back on campus, perhaps on an evening opportunity. We've not discussed this greatly yet, but with complete distancing and opportunities using 21st century money to offer some evening tutoring, maybe not in person, but virtually, and then some opportunities for in-person paper and pencil test as well, just to kind of keep with that rhythm of what an AP test would be like. Again, if we would remain like we are now in the status, I presume AP will be tested like it was in this past May.
Yeah. There's no question that remote learning, when it comes to assessment, poses some additional challenges. You know, and that's academic honesty, because they're, you know, and again, let's not be naive. Kids have been savvy about figuring out ways to get around systems and maybe, dare we say, cheat and do some things like that. And so, you know, that's where the relationship piece comes in, and if our teachers are making strong connection with kids and something comes in that just doesn't jive with the formative assessments they've been seeing, the red flag goes up. Remotely, that can be very challenging. And so, you know, part of our culture playbook is that personal responsibility. And the more our system can get away from the status on grading, and that we're kind of playing this competition system of who can have the highest GPA and all those things, and it gets more focused on a student taking personal responsibility and understanding that when they cheat, they're really cheating themselves. And that, you know, we're here to provide them with you know, an opportunity to develop academically and with integrity that's going to allow them to be successful going into further education or life. And in the end, you know, we can only do so much in a situation like this. So it's a hope that kids understand that, you know, in those cases where maybe they can beat the system and somehow get through a course or a class without putting the learning work that's required to really develop them, they're really hurting themselves. And that message has to be ring loud and clear with parents, with the community, and we need people's help when we're going to be remote and doing those things. And so, but I know, Dr. Malczewski, I've been part of those conversations of where we're going to try to maintain the integrity and fidelity of what the reporting and of achievement is. But you know, there's going to be some challenges. Let's be honest.
I know there is, but, you know, my two kids did college and they flew back home and finished it here from 2,000 miles away. And I was wondering how they were going to take finals and not with everybody cheating on these high-level college classes. And there's actually is software that is pretty affordable, because I looked into it a little bit, and it does assess, make sure you're the person. It records you, it sends a picture of you, it watches certain sounds, and it's through your camera, and it's a cheating software. So there is some softwares out there that's, affordable, that can be used to, keep people a little more honest.
And we'll remain open to those things as we continue to improve and get better. I mean, English papers, I know we've gone
We've
come a long way with plagiarism, and so we'll continue to work on those things.
And also in line with students that are in remote learning, those pieces are critical, but so are those pieces of feeling connected. And I think we need to make sure that we really establish that connection with them and they feel part of the district. So even if that means that there's, an additional responsibility for someone that is kind of that liaison between them and the district for social reasons and really keeping them connected, maybe there is someone you can speak to that.
That's just going to remind me, I think, for our evening on Thursday to add an additional slide on that about clubs and activities and things that we can do remotely. We know that we're not going to start 21st century after-school programming right away. We've got to get our feet on the ground with this, but we do hope to get right back to that business very soon and take our wellness, take our virtual field trips, have people feel a real good sense of belonging and interest-based type clubs and things, but we're just going to get our feet well grounded on the day program right now and then lead into 21st century after-school programming.
Good. I think it's important for parents to know all the options that there are.
I'll add that because they're absolutely included in that.
And that's a big part
Make an educated decision.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a big part of our hesitance and my hesitance to have this black and white kind of color-coded system where we're all of a sudden 100% remote and we're shutting down this school system. Because even when we were, this summer, the few kids that we were able to get in here for summer stretch, we're talking about a handful of kids that I know we made a big difference in their lives just by getting them here for that time. And so even if we're at a phase where it's a best practice to really kind of be almost 100% remote, the fact that we can't open our doors and on an individual basis build connection and have kids come here at a very limited amount, a handful of kids here, a handful of kids there, and this is the dreaming part of, having Uber bus go out there and pick up a couple kids and bringing them in and provide some individualized attention and connection when it's not working remotely. I don't want to close those doors by saying, hey, we're down. And then that's why we hesitate to be able to put that out there and kind of get away from that creativity of, how can we be creative and do some things that are unique in providing services for our families. So.
And I think one of the things that, a lot of people were concerned about, kids that were doing remote with school pictures, being in the yearbook, being a part of, and that's something just to kind of keep in mind, that they want to be included in their class. It's just temporarily they're in a different location. So.
Yeah. And we've dealt with that with CCP kids too, because it's tough. Typically, the good news is they were always 65% of our kids were in activities. Yeah. So while we were not seeing them during the school day, we counted on them being here for activities, whether, band, sports, drama, whatever. And we got to keep working to get those things going and so that we can have those experiences for our children. Yep.
All right, Tippy, did you have anything else?
No.
Mark?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I've said a lot.
Okay. One question, Betty Jo, since you were just up here, you don't have to disinfect again. What we heard earlier was that the remote students should expect their day to look a lot like a normal school day in terms of structure. But later I saw something on a slide that made it look like, well, accommodations would be made to kids who might not be able to get on. They might be at a caregiver that might not have the technology, things like that. Could you explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure can. So there was 2 slides, and one was dedicated to more secondary school levels where they really can, with maturity, follow the school schedule.
Okay.
Where we have childcare issues where mom and dad are saying, our caregiver during the day, my child's remote, but it will be us that will provide their support at night. We're making sure that the recordings are made of that instruction and opportunities for those students to post their assignments. So that's mostly indicated on that elementary slide. And what will look like is their remote teachers will work in coordination. For example, if there's a math science remote teacher and an ELA remote teacher, they're going to work in social studies. A remote teacher, we're going to work in tandem so that we're setting up times that we're not trying to interfere at the same time. We'll coordinate those schedules. But that's why at the elementary level especially, that meet the teacher evening is going to be really important because that'll be like their first, in Ariana, maybe we can pull it together even sooner. Maybe we can promise some things even the week before, but that's going to be the time that we're going to kind of say, this is the way to plan out the schedule. This is when it'll be reading time. Okay. This is writing. This is math. And there, you noticed on that schedule, there was time for lunch and play on their own, and there's time for specials as well. So it'll be really personalized in terms of making sure that the communication between teacher and parent sees that schedule and has a lot of questions back and forth about how that day can flow. And opportunities for the working parent to tap into recordings.
But again, there will be limited access because we have to understand that, we have to respect the teacher's workday. So while we'll do what we can, if you're not going to be available during the if your kid's not going to be available during the normal workday, we'll work some things out, but there's limits to what we can ask our teaching staff to do. And that's been a concern from the beginning that, I have to deal, there's a time and a place, and we have to be pretty strong with our structure to say, if you text me at 11 o'clock at night, you can't expect a staff member to be there at that point in time. So,
but also, how can we use some of our after-school programming, opportunity, maybe a partnership with Lake Erie College or a neighboring college for students that are about ready to graduate anyway? What could we do in the evenings where kids can always have, or families can also possibly have a phone call away? I'm thinking of like dial your nurse, but no, it's dial a teacher that really is available there, and it may not be our daytime teacher, but it'll be someone that could support you, that understands our rhythm and our schedules, and understands how they could support a young a family of young children.
Okay. Thank you.
I have, first time ever, no questions. I'm speechless, and that usually never happens. It's an excellent plan. I'm very confident in our district. I'm confident in our administration and our teachers and staff for every single thing they've done to this building and all the plans that have been put into place. And everything's been well thought out. I feel completely safe to send my kids, and I know the kids that are home that are doing remote are going to be taken care of. It's going to be a different experience than our 1.0 or now our 2.0 that's coming. It's going to be amazing, and I'm really excited about the school year. So, is there anything, Dr. Thompson, you need from us to get this plan, that this is the plan?
No, again, I appreciate your support, and you've been very active, and please understand that we don't hesitate to continue to call us and work with us to provide, because we're all pushing towards the same goal. And I understand there's conflict, and conflict is the way we grow, and so we just need to continue to do it professionally and understand that we're going to have some disagreements, and that's fine. But we're doing this all for the same reason, and that's to be the best we can be for our students in this community. So, I appreciate the continued support. And again, there's a lot of work ahead of us, and we're gonna continue to get after it, and I'm confident in our staff as well being there. So.
We have to remember that it's a ever-changing document. It's not etched in stone, and like we say at every IEP meeting, right? It's a working document. Lots of things can change, so I think it's important for everybody just to remember that.
Okay. All right. Next item that we have on the list was handbooks. The hour is late. But I know that this is a timely topic, and I'm wondering,
again, we're not going to approve them until the 18th of August. Okay. We just wanted to get them in your hands, and so you'll have plenty of time for your reading entertainment, and feel free, again, to contact any of our building principals if you have questions on those. While it doesn't look like we're meeting again to our regular meeting, And so they can get your feedback prior to that night and make changes and edits if there's some concerns you see, so that when we come on the 18th, we have a well-vetted document and then things look right. And certainly we'll take some questions that night as well. In the past, we have approved documents with the understanding that contingent upon making these changes, we would approve. And so we can certainly do that on the 18th as well.
So do you want us to give you the edited pieces before, or do you want to wait and have us bring it to the meeting?
It's really your decision. If you think it's a small little thing and you want to just give us that list and say, I found a teacher that's been gone for 5 years and that it's time to change that name. Those are just edits that aren't really of any substance. But if there's something content-wise that we might need to have a discussion, let's get that going early, and then I can work with you and we can provide a board update on what we think and the changes.
Yeah.
So you have that information as a board.
I think anything substantive beyond just syntax, that you feel would be necessary to share as you hear it from us, and then take it back to the building leaders, work through it, and then throw it out there.
Yeah, and as we discussed, I think, last week, was if there's a major change to a handbook, make that obvious, it's an addendum, or if it's a change because of COVID, that's a separate piece. So if there's no changes to the handbooks from last year, and there's nothing that needs to be highlighted that would stand out, I would say it's business as usual, and if they were approved last year and there's nothing major, then...
I'm hoping the changes are highlighted in here, so you only have to look at the highlighted pieces. Everything else is as was.
From what I read, I saw a lot of highlights and inserts, so I think it's pretty clear that it's separated out.
Not that you won't find a mistake that got through us last year.
They
Feel free,
do.
dig deep.
Sometimes you just don't catch it. It's happened many times.
Okay, for the standing items, is there anything of importance that anybody wants to bring up in terms of communications, governance, safety, security, or technology?
I think we've hit a lot tonight.
We've hit a lot,
I'm a little speechless.
That's my big
Okay. We don't have any additional items on the agenda at this point, so do I have a motion to end the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Welch?
Yes.
Mrs. Foley?
Yes.
Mrs. Heck?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mrs. Trevsker?
Yes.
Thank you to our AV folks as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.